Preservation Board, and I welcome you today to our September meeting and sincerely hope that everyone is doing well with the pandemic, and we're all doing great and ready to take on the issues of our day today. First, we're going to have Debbie speak, and then probably Nick to talk about the legalities of the board meeting. Thank you, Debbie.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to make one quick announcement this morning. The meeting will be finished promptly at 3 p.m. There's a special city commission meeting that is scheduled for 3:30, so we do not have any longer than 3 p.m. We do have a full agenda, so I ask for everyone's patience and brevity, as we do have a few items that we need to get through today. I will turn it over to Nick Kalergis, who will read the lobbyist registration and swear in members of staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie, and good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Just a couple of quick announcements before we get started. Today's virtual meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled pursuant to Executive Order 20-69 of the Florida Governor, which suspends any Florida statute that requires a quorum to be present in person or requires a local government body to meet at a specific public place, and permits local government bodies to use communications media technology such as Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-929-205-6099 and enter the webinar ID, which is 819-8608-2490#. Or they may log in directly to the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 819-8608-2490. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Members of the public who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony and or submit evidence in support of or opposition to an item scheduled to be heard may appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center at 1901 Convention Center Drive, Washington Avenue entrance, Art Deco room 229 in Miami Beach, at which location access to a computer will be provided. On quasi-judicial applications and on behalf of the chair of the board, I'll swear in each presenter or member of the public wishing to speak. I'll also ask that each board member disclose the names of any individuals with whom they've had ex parte communications. Under the city code, an ex parte communication is any written or oral communication with any member of the board, which may directly or indirectly influence the disposition of an application, other than those made on the record during the public hearing today. I'll be keeping time at today's meeting. Applicants will have 10 minutes each to present, and members of the public will have 2 minutes each. Next, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And before we get to our agenda, I'd just like to swear in any members of staff who will be providing testimony today. So please state whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Debbie?
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you. We do have several requests for continuances this morning. The first application is HPB 19-0365. This is 1225 and 1235 Lenox Avenue. We have been working with the property owner and their architect. We have no objection to a request for continuance. I'm not sure if anyone representing the property is on the line, but we are recommending this be continued to the October 13th meeting.
That's fine. Should we take a vote?
Yes, we need a motion and a second, and then a vote.
I'll move to continue it to the following meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? So moved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next application is HPB file 190349. This is 910 Marseille Drive and 7116 Bay Drive. Again, we are working with the applicant and their architects to further refine the project, and we have no objection to a request for continuance to the October 13th meeting.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. Can I have a motion?
Move to continue this to October 13th.
Second.
I think our chairperson has froze, but Jack, are you with us? I think we can take a vote. We can take a vote if you want to call the vote.
Yes, please. May I have a motion, please? Oh, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? So moved. Next.
Okay, the next application is HPB file 20-0386. This is 7835 Harding Avenue. Again, we are working with the applicant to further refine the project, and we have no objection to a request for continuance to the October 13th meeting.
Okay, we have a motion, please.
I'll move it.
Is there a second? Okay, thank you, Scott. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Thank you, Debbie.
You're welcome. The next application, HPB file 20-0377, 3120 Collins Avenue. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the October 13th meeting, and staff has no objection.
Have a motion, please.
I'll move it.
Is there a second? Okay, thank you very much. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Thank you, Debbie. And I believe there was a person on the line who wanted a continuance for 800 Lincoln Road.
I don't know about that, Jack, but we do have an additional request for continuance for HPB file 20-0381. This is 928 Ocean Drive. The applicant has advised staff that they are requesting a continuance to the October 13th meeting. I believe they are on the call. Mr. Tatchmas is here if he would like to say something.
We are requesting a continuance, as you say, until October.
And staff has no objection to the request for continuance to the October 13th meeting.
Okay, all those in favor?
We need a motion. We need a motion and a second.
Yeah, I'll move 928 Ocean Drive to October 13th.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
We have a motion on the table for a continuance to the October 13th meeting. Did we have a second?
Second. Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it's so moved. Thank you very much. What about 800 Lincoln Road, Deb? I think
I am not aware. I believe they are ready to present today. I have not received any requests for continuance for that particular project. But I think the attorney for the project, James Rao, is on the line. If you wanted to request a continuance, now would be the time.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misheard.
We have, I guess it's the architect, Todd Tragash. Actually, PJ has his hand up. I'm not sure if he would like to address the board, but if we could allow Mr. Tragash to speak.
This is Todd Tragash. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, we are ready to present today. We're not looking for a a continuance. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Todd. Okay. Thank you, Debbie.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, so we can move on to our regularly scheduled applications this morning. The first application is HPV file 190341. This is 1751, 1757, and 1775 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of 3 contributings on the site: the construction of a detached ground level tower addition at the southeast portion of the site, the construction of a detached ground level addition at the northeast portion of the site, and the construction of 2 attached additions, including 1 or more waivers and a variance to reduce the required subterranean setback. This particular project was originally presented to the board as a discussion item in May of 2020. Subsequently, it was heard at a public hearing on June 9th, July 14th, and August 11th. So today is the 4th public hearing that we're holding regarding this particular application. Since the August meeting, the applicant has refined the design and placement of the proposed new tower addition. That was the primary subject of discussion and concern with the board members at the August meeting. And I'm just going to quickly run through the modifications that have been made to the tower portion. On the east side of the building, and again, this is the tower addition, floors 11 and lower have been set back an additional 15 feet from the eastern property line. Floors 12 through 15 have been set back an additional 30 feet from the eastern property line. Floors 16 through 18 and the roof deck have been set back an additional 45 feet from the eastern property line. On the west side of the building, floors 16 and below have been extended an additional 6 feet to the west. The roof deck and mechanical screening architectural feature has been further set back, and the tower has been increased by width approximately 5 feet, and that would be toward the north. The staff recommendation that we issued online contains a very detailed analysis of the entire project, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that the board members or members of the public have regarding the whole project. But since this is the 4th public hearing we're having, in light of our time constraints, I'm not going to go through all of that during my presentation. I would like to give the applicant time to run through the changes that have been made. In summary, staff is supportive of the project, which restores the Raleigh Hotel almost in its entirety, including the removal of the rooftop additions that were added. It restores the South Seas and the Richmond hotels back to the L. Murray Dixon design along the western facades, and that is fronting onto Collins Avenue. Staff is also supportive of the variance, which is just a subterranean variance to extend the existing basement. The basement was approved previously and was issued a building permit in order to create a functional passenger pickup and drop off area. They do need a variance for that to extend the subterranean level. So staff is recommending approval. I, again, will answer any additional questions you may have regarding the project in its entirety. And with that, I think we should turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Debbie. And before the applicant begins, I'd just like to take a moment to swear in any members of the applicant's team who will be providing testimony. So I'd like to ask to any presenters, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
Okay, thank you.
Nick, I just also wanted to point out that staff has received a tremendous amount of public comment via email for this particular application over the past probably 3 months. All of the emails that have been sent to staff prior to last Thursday have been distributed to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Okay, the presenter then should start, I believe.
Are you ready, Mr. Chair? Are you ready for, good morning, Alfredo J. Gonzalez on behalf of the applicant, the SDR Raleigh Trustee, LLC.
Good morning, Alfredo. How are you?
Good. I see that this format has some technical issues. We were told we were able to see the board members when we were making our presentation, and I'm staring at myself. So I guess that's another one of the technical issues with Zoom. But anyway,
you're a great person to see even by yourself.
I don't need. I'm fine not to be seen. But if I'm making a presentation to the board, we should be able to see the board members that we're presenting them. But regardless, we're here today for what has to be over the 101th public meeting, reaching out to the community and on the redevelopment of 3 iconic L. Murray Dixon buildings, the South Seas, Richmond, and the Raleigh. The process has been ongoing for over 1.5 years, with public community meetings going back to the spring of 2019. At every step, we have been straightforward in what we have been requesting, proposing a 200-foot tower in order to afford the unique opportunity to restore 3 L. Murray Dixon buildings into one project. During the text amendment last year, we even requested guidance and support from the HPB board and MVPL in our outreach, and in both cases, we were endorsed with their support. We didn't have to go to the HPB. We volunteered to go to the HPB board, so let the record reflect. I also want to do a quick highlight on all the changes the applicant has entered into and made changes to his application as a result of all the public comments from the board, community, city, everyone who's given timely input into the process. Number one, we are the first applicant to propose scaling back the 1990s penthouse edition to restore the Raleigh cupola and the front facade to its original 1940s glory, bringing back the iconic R with the long back leg on the top of the Raleigh. By removing the 1950s addition, 5 feet from the iconic Raleigh pool, and now I'm talking about the additions from the Richmond and South Seas, the Raleigh pool will now have, as originally intended, more light, air, and openness since the 1950s, when L. Murray Dixon built our most iconic pool in the city of Miami Beach. Bringing back the original L. Murray Dixon front facades of both the South Seas and Richmond hotels is also part of our project, not seen since the 40s. We'll also remove the 4th floor additions that were added to the L. Murray Dixon designs in the 50s. We also maintain the historic driveways off Collins while reducing traffic and using 18th Street as a drop-off. We had proposed a generator on the upper floors of the South Seas. That was removed, and now it's going to be active residential uses. We maintained the lobby ceilings of both the South Seas and the Richmond that originally were being proposed to be removed. From the last hearing, we offered to maintain the Raleigh building operating as a hotel, and we again restate that we will maintain the Raleigh Hotel in operation. We agreed to new conditions that are in the staff report, that no TCO will be issued to the new tower until substantial completion of the historic structures. We agreed to new conditions restoring the historic light fixtures of the Raleigh, Richmond, and South Seas along the entryways that had not been proposed before. Agreeing to new conditions, bringing back the Dixon colors of the 3 buildings, not just whitewashing the 3 buildings. The plans today show that we're proposing a white silver glass glazing, which minimizes the impacts of the tower. We had never proposed, as some misrepresented documents show, a dark blue glass darker than the Setai. Per offer to work on recycling plan of the old signage. So if Wilsonian and the PL or some other group wants them, we will work with them on the signage of the South Seas and the Richmond. And where the code requires a 100-foot setback from the historic buildings, we're proposing a 290-foot setback from the El Murray Dixon buildings and the Marseille. Should be noted the Marseille will have greater light and air and visibility than it also has since the 1950s or proposed in the last project. We've already addressed the resiliency issues last month, but we are the first project to agree to all the major conditions the city has imposed on projects, and we've actually worked with the city to beef them up. Today, Kobe's going to go over the updated plans, which includes additional massing size and public view corridor of the tower and opening it up by moving it back another 15 feet and starting at 115 feet from the eastern property line instead of 100. We set back another 15 feet at a higher point and then a third 15 feet setback. The overall massing creates a reduction in the view corridors from 18th Street, from the beach, where people were objecting concerns. All this while still preserving the views from Collins Avenue and not interfering with the El Murray Dixon buildings. Our building even reduced in length. It's now 11 feet shorter. We do have a lot of support has been submitted into the record, and you may hear additional calls today. And with that, I will leave time for a rebuttal and discussing the proposed staff conditions. But as I asked Kobe to go through the presentation, remember, the Raleigh-Richmond South Seas Highway will become an iconic example of blending our early history with our future. Kobe, are you there? So you could.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. This is Kobe Karp. And
Good morning, Kobe.
Good morning, Jack. Good to see you, my friend. If I can please have the presentation up, I'll walk everybody through it. And as everybody has a staff recommendation, obviously these are the comments that we received last hearing, and I'm in agreement with them. If you can please go to page 2. So page 2 of the presentation has the pink showing the cutting back where we set the building back 15 feet. And then we stepped it back even further. That allowed us not only to step the building back, but also reduce the quantity of square footages on the top. And as you can see from this elevation, what it does is actually reduce the total height in length on the top of the building. And as you step back down, the overall building is pushed another 15 feet. If you go to image number 3, please. This image shows specifically in blue line where we were in the hearing last time and where we are in the pink, stepping back, and you can see the reduction in area on top of the building, and you can see the reduction that is stepping back as the building goes up to the upper floors and even to the mechanical areas. If you go to the next image, please. Yes, and the same thing shows you on this elevation. Interestingly enough, if you go to image number 7, you can see the overall image as the building steps up and how it gives you a lighter element on the top floors of the building. If you go back one image, you can see what it was before, and go forward one image, you'll see what it is now.
Kobe, you have 2 minutes remaining. Would you like to request additional time now since you just got started?
Yes, Nick, thank you very much for your consideration.
Mr. Chair, how much time would you like to allow?
He's had 10 minutes.
He's had 8 minutes.
He's had 8 minutes. let him continue talking. He can have at least 2 or 3 minutes in addition to the 10. We really want to be fair to everybody who's part of the team ownership.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you for your consideration. So this shows how the building steps up. And if you are kind enough and go to image number 9, I will show it to you also in 3D. And you can see how the building steps up in a way, and you can see the reduction in overall height and in massing on the top of the building as it steps up. If you go back to the previous image, which is 8, you can see before. And if you go back to 9, you can see it now. And what we did also, we did a wire diagram of it, which is on next image, please. And you can see how the reduction there occurred. And then if you go back to image 12, please, forward to image 12. This is a view, thank you so much. And you can get the full effect. The Shelbourne is on the right. And just to give you a little bit of, perception, the width of the Shelbourne and the width of our building are substantially the same. We're a little bit narrower than the Shelbourne on the right. And then if you would be kind enough and go to the next image, please. This shows it from the street. And obviously we are proposing to do the full restoration to the Richmond South Seats and all the details that are noted in the staff recommendation and the MDPL comments that we have received. If you go to image number 14, next one, please. What we did do is we carved out the top of the building as well, facing Collins Avenue. So as we move the building to the west 6 feet, we carved out the top of the building to maintain it where it is so that the effect from Collins Avenue remains the same. And if you go to image number 15, you can see from the corner of 18th Street, it is essentially the same as we had before. But what you have also is you have the full exposure of the finial of the Raleigh as it steps towards you, towards the corner. And it complements, obviously, the Marseille to the right. And the Igor Polovetsky Shelbourne is on your left. And then if you go back to image number 11, please. That image number 11 shows you looking towards the west. And then if you would be kind enough and just go back to image number 9, that is the stepping back effect that we have implemented, which I find to be complementary to the building and reduction of the massing on the top. And if you would be just kind enough and go back to elevation number 2, page number 2, that is really the end of my presentation. I will not take any more of your time. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chairman and board members.
Thank you very much, Kobe, for a most interesting and enlightening presentation. We appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, so we'll reserve our rebuttal time after we finished with the public comment.
After public comment, yes, thank you. So you have nothing more to present at this time. We can move on to public comment.
Mr. Chair, before we get to public comment, did we have board disclosure yet for this item?
Thank you, Debbie. I was just going to ask for that. If any board members have any ex parte communications to disclose.
Jack Finnes has. I spoke to Clotilde Luce, Daniel Serraldo, Kristen Rosen-Gonzalez, Claire McCord, Maddie Bauer on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you.
And all the ones that I've spoken to in the past iteration months ago.
Thank you.
Yes, and I met with the applicant a few times concerning this project, and I've also received emails from and spoken with different members in the community on this application.
Kirk Pascal, I also had a phone conversation with the applicant and their counsel, as well as numerous communications I received by email and phone conversations with members of the general public. And I can remain impartial.
Thank you.
Rick Lopez here.
Can
I've
you-
also had communications that we've mentioned in the past, none new since our last meeting, and I can remain impartial.
Thank you.
Nancy?
I have had conversations with the all of the individuals involved, but it has been a while ago. I would say maybe, how many times has this been here? 4 times, probably the first time.
Okay.
Thank you, Nancy. Anyone else?
Nothing additional since the previous meeting from me.
What about Mary?
Mr. Klein is absent today.
Thank you. Okay, Debbie?
We do have several members of the public wishing to speak. The first speaker is Kent Robbins. Kent, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Good morning. I'm going to be referring to Stephen Avdikov's presentation. Since he is going to present later in the day, I would like to preserve my rights to adopt his entire testimony. He has submitted a report to the board. I represent the Satai Resort and Residence, which is located right down the block on Collins and 20th Street. We are greatly concerned about this project. We feel that this project will cause substantial problems in the neighborhood, and more effective, it fails to comply with particular criteria. I want to bring to your attention that there's an application here for a waiver of off-street loading spaces. We are particularly impacted by parking and loading. It was an issue when the Shore Club was also being developed. Under section 130-101, a detailed parking plan delineating on-street loading must be approved by the parking department before a waiver of off-street loading spaces is approved by this board. That detailed plan has not been submitted and has not been approved by the planning department at this time in writing. Therefore, that waiver should not be granted. Moreover, under 118-395-2, the waiver of non-conforming setback and parking credits, which is also being requested by the applicant, has not been complied with. Under section D, 75% of the front walls, the facade, must remain substantially intact and retained, preserved, and restored, consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and guidelines for rehabilitating structures. Under the historic designation report, which included the designation and acknowledgement of both not only the Raleigh, but also the other 2 buildings. The other 2 buildings are being ignored. Those 2 buildings, the Richmond and the South Seas, have historic facades that were placed on the building in 1954 by
Mr. Robbins, your time is up.
Would
Would you like to request additional time?
Yes, may I have additional time, please?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, he can have 2 more minutes if
Thank
you want.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Both the Richmond and South Seas were redeveloped in 1954, and the Dixon facades were removed and the Grossman facades were placed on the site. Those facades are recognized by the historic designation report for the Collins Avenue Ocean Drive Historic District as being contributing. And those particular facades were part of the process and were approved as part of the designation report. To change those facades and to allow those facades to be destroyed and demolished without approval is inappropriate. The actual application and letter of intent that was submitted on August 17th by the applicant fails to specifically acknowledge that they are demolishing the facades of both the South Seas and the Richmond. And that, in fact, what they say in their letter of intent is the applicant seeks to partially demolish the non-historic portions of the Richmond Hotel and the South Seas Hotel. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Their application seeks to demolish the historic Richmond Hotel and South Seas Hotel, particularly the facades. And those facades must be preserved under the historic layering standards of the guidelines, which were carefully described and explicated in architect Stephen Abdikov's presentation that's already been submitted to this board and will be discussed later. It's inappropriate for this board to approve these two waivers, and this project should be sent back to the drawing board to preserve the historic context and the historic structure, which includes the facades of the Richmond and the South Seas.
Your additional time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kent, for your insightful comments. Next.
Our next speaker is Daniel Seraldo.
And Daniel, before you speak, I'd just like to swear you in. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, and if the chair would allow, I might need an additional 1 to 2 minutes just
Absolutely, Daniel.
Put everything into the record. Thank you so much. Okay, so for those that are watching and that aren't in the loop on MDPL's position on this project, I would like to direct everyone to our new blog, mdpl.org/blog, where we have listed our positions for this project and others today. And so I won't go through and read all 6 or 7 paragraphs about our position and how it's been changed over time. I'm just going to focus on the most recent position. And for the record, this was emailed to all the HP board members yesterday. So our position for today is that we respect concerns that have been expressed about the overall size of the tower that's being proposed. The new additional setbacks, which we've seen in Kobe's presentation, are helpful in achieving compatibility, but we have concerns about remaining about the overall size of the tower that's being proposed, the height of it and the mass of it. Yes, the square footage size of the tower. So the latter of which, the square footage, is made larger by the fact that the existing historic building additions to the South Seas and the Richmond are proposed to be demolished. And the newly freed up square footage, FAR, is being placed in the new tower. So we're taking square footage from historic buildings, we're knocking those parts down, and we're putting that into the new tower. So the new tower, it's almost like what we see now, even though it got set back further, the square footage stayed the same. And I do give credit to the architect and the team, but because it looks smaller, but it's actually the same size. It's almost a metaphor I would use is like taking a balloon and squeezing one side of it, and that gets smaller, but the other part gets bigger. So now we have it's wider, so it actually gets closer to the pool that we all want it to be farther away from. And I understand that came from a discussion at the hearing, and it's very hard, and I give everyone here credit for talking about a project of this scope on Zoom. This is probably one of the most challenging we've ever had, and it's on Zoom. So to wrap up, we're very pleased with the additional conditions, and thank you for putting those in. But I guess my question to Debbie, or maybe if Debbie could confirm, as far as looking at the square footage, what we have now of the historic buildings, I have from the table that was submitted that the Richmond is 49,000 square feet. The South Seas is about 50,000 square feet. And that in this new proposal, the Richmond and South Seas go down to 6,600 for the Richmond and 5,000 square feet for the South Seas. So it's taking out about 88,000 square feet of those historic buildings and putting that bulk into a new tower. And I think that part of the balance and the concerns we're hearing from the public probably also has to do with just the overall scale of the new towers. So I want to thank again the applicant. I know this is not an easy process, and they made a lot of improvements on the preservation aspects. But we do have those remaining concerns that that new proposed tower is just too big and does have still a big impact on the skyline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Debbie?
Our next public speaker is Mitchell Cohen.
And Mr. Cohen, before you testify, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members. I'm Mitchell Cohen, one of the owners of the Shelburne Ocean Beach Hotel. I've spoken here recently. I have over 40 years experience as an urban planner and a restorer of historic buildings across North America. If you recall, at the last meeting, the applicant noted that if he is forced to reduce the height or bulk of the building, he will reduce the extent of the restoration. Is this what historic restoration has come to in Miami Beach? How many floors do we have to scale off the top of this building to protect the historic district and the skyline from becoming Sunny Isles? Do we then get linoleum tiles instead of a replica tile? Now to the board. I think of you and all the volunteers who have worked tirelessly through the decades to protect the historic buildings in Miami Beach. It is a passion, it's in your veins, and it is specifically true of all of you. And the dedication that the members of the HPB have continually shown in supporting your city has made the historic district an overwhelming success. Many of you have spent your careers and your lives protecting historic buildings. You should be proud of this never-ending passion in protecting Miami Beach's world-renowned historic buildings. You have kept the historic district alive and well. You've avoided the Disneyfication of Miami Beach, and I know that you will continue to do so. This building is just too tall and too immense. The residents of Miami Beach have always put their trust and faith in the HPB, and they will continue to rely on your judgment and expertise for their own protection. The weight of the future of the beach and the skyline will always fall on your broad shoulders, and we know you will always rise to the challenge. You have never let the citizens down. In my professional opinion, the glass tower is just too big. Over the past few months, we've seen 8, 10, 15 feet or so chopped off here and there, but the building is just too tall and too impactful.
Your 2 minutes are up, Mr. Cohen. Do you need an additional minute?
I would like an additional minute, please. We fine.
1 minute, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is a mockery of the hard work that you and all the other tireless volunteers have done to save the historic district. It's just too tall. No tower of this size, regardless of where on the site it is in scale with the historic district. It's an affront to all of those who have toiled for so long and so hard. I love heritage, and I've done the right thing by coming forward. I cannot be silent while a dangerous precedent may be set. I cannot sit idly by and watch the historic district be damaged. The building is too tall. I hope that you have listened and will listen to all the citizens here today who also have a passion in their heart, who just want to protect the Heritage District. I hope it resonates, and all they want is that the decades of previous hard work is not in vain and not unwound. For the sake of the future of Miami Beach, please don't be concerned of what people will think if you recant, reject, or rethink this generational project. They will think of you as heroes. The beach, the skyline, and the historic district can all be protected together, and the answer lies right before our eyes. Winning this trifecta and everyone walking away happy just takes a little more work. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the board.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen, for your most insightful comments. We appreciate them.
Our next speaker is Herb Sosa.
Mr. Sosa, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Chair and Board. I'm honored to be on this side of the microphone. My name's Herb Sosa. As you know, I'm a property owner and resident of the Historic District. I'm also former executive director of MDPL. I also headed Dade Heritage Trust for several years, and I was proud to serve on the HP board several terms, starting in 1994, following Nancy Liebman, and I was the chairman of this board as well. So I say all of that just to let you know I feel for you. I understand exactly the position that each of you are in, sitting and looking at this and other applications. You know, it's the constant struggle between what zoning allows and what is the right thing for that particular property in that particular setting. You know, I have the highest of respect for Alfredo and for Colby and their team. They're doing the job that they're hired to do and defending the application as they should be. I think that the Colby building is exactly what a Colby building is, and I think it's wonderful. But, you know, your responsibility here, you're not the design review board, you are the historic preservation board. And buildings that we are welcoming into our historic districts and architects that we're welcoming into our historic district should complement and not overpower historic buildings and the historic fabric of the city. Don't forget, you know, the beach and the sun have been here forever. Historic architecture has been here about 80 something years. And that is the economic engine that brought Miami Beach back, not the other way around. People don't come here to film big glass towers. They come here to film the historic buildings. They come here to spend money and sit at cafes in historic buildings. I don't know of anybody that said, oh, I can't wait to go to Ocean Terrace and stay at that big condominium. You know, it just doesn't happen. I find it fascinating that the Satai is also opposed to this project. I think that's wonderful. Maybe they've kind of come around because the Satai is another example of overbuilding, quite honestly. But we're not here to talk about the Satai. We're talking about the impact of these buildings, and respectfully for
2 minutes. 2 minutes are up.
Can I have another minute, please?
1 more minute. Yes, sure.
Okay.
The fact that you are basically being bullied and told, if I don't have this amount of square footage in FAR, you know, I can't renovate the buildings to the quality that they should have been. These buildings were bought on spec. They knew exactly what they were getting, and they banked on the maximum bullying of this board. And that's what you're in right now. You're destroying the integrity of the skyline. You're destroying the integrity of our city, and quite honestly, jeopardizing our national designation. So I urge you to look at a building that does not, you know, play with sight lines, because that's what we're doing. We're playing with sight lines. A building that overwhelms or is basically seen above any of these three buildings is overpowering and should be voted out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sosa, for your insightful comments. We greatly appreciate them.
The next speaker is Kevin Gray.
Mr. Gray, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I would like to express my disappointment at the tower itself. I think that it's overscaled. I don't think it's keeping with the Art Deco district. The Raleigh has a curved corner. The tower is square on all corners. And I think it just overpowers the entire neighborhood. Our Art Deco strip, which is basically similar to Shanghai's The Bund. And I can't imagine this tower of that size taking that much space in glass and concrete with no curves and no Art Deco elements. And I'm sure we can go back to the drawing table and work something out and lower the scale and work it in nicely, but it should not overpower the Art Deco district. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gray.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Raquel Pacheco.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Ms. Pacheco. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So I come to you today as a private resident to express my the satisfaction with this new proposed tower. I do feel that the overall size of the tower in terms of the proposed height and mass is not in sync with our historic district, and I feel that this will compromise the integrity of our skyline and of our beach. I do think it's a beautiful project and a beautiful proposal, and I appreciate the developer's willingness to adjust some of their plans. But overall, I still think that this is far too large. I'm concerned about what's going to happen to the facades for the South Seas and the Richmond hotels. And I hope and plead with you to please use restraint when it comes to the issues regarding height and mass. And that's all. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, my friend Raquel, very much for your comments.
Our next speaker is Aaron Tandy.
And Mr. Tandy, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning to the board. My name is Aaron Tandy. I am a resident at 4825 Lakeview Drive, Miami Beach. I received a presentation as a member of the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce on this project. I wanted to speak in favor of the project. While I've listened to the other people who have had questions about the tower and the size and the Art Deco neighborhood, I think that enhancing the neighborhood by bringing restoration is a positive. I think that allowing people to harmonize different design elements is a positive. I've been a member and a resident of Miami Beach for over 20 years, and I enjoy the skyline. But I don't believe that we should be a city that puts ourselves in a snow globe and puts it up on a shelf. I think that dynamic, thoughtful architecture that enhances a neighborhood is a positive, and I wanted to speak in favor of the project and the efforts of both the board and the developer and city staff in trying to harmonize a project of this size within the neighborhood. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tandy, for your comments. Next.
Our next speaker is Robin Jacobs.
Okay.
Good morning.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. I am chairperson of the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here today on behalf of the Chamber to support the HPB voting to approve the Raleigh Assemblage project before you. Michael Schvo should be applauded for all his efforts over the last year and a half since first buying the Raleigh, working with the city, preservationists, and stakeholders from the community to not only restore the Raleigh, but add the South Seas and Richmond into the redevelopment, creating a truly iconic collection of Art Deco Dixon buildings, a spectacular project for our city. The fact that he's restoring the 3 Dixon buildings and the most iconic pool in the city, the Raleigh Pool, to the former original's 1940s glory is to be commended. Following a gift to the city of the Raleigh Gardens, the project will give us a permanent garden around the Raleigh Pool, bringing more light and air than any time in our lifetime. It's amazing. In addition, the city is in need of a high-end hotel within walking distance to our valued convention center, and the Raleigh would be the perfect project. The project provides so much in restoration, and the design their towers as compatible in height and massing to the collection of buildings in that area. Some are taller, others are smaller. The HPB has a unique opportunity to approve today a project the entire community can be proud for generations to come. So on behalf of the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce, I strongly support the HPB approve today the Raleigh project as Michael Schvo presented. And I truly appreciate all your efforts on behalf of our city, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jacobs, for your comments. Next, Debbie.
Our next speaker is Maria Lucietti.
Okay, Maria, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. I'm a resident of South of Fifth since 1998. I'm also a developer attorney. So I want to thank you for what you do. And I know it can be an extremely difficult situation. These 3 buildings need to survive. I know the economy is in a tough spot right now, and construction jobs and everything are wonderful for the economy. But in the long run, this is just a disaster. These buildings, the facades, it's going to cost a fortune to preserve them. They need to be preserved. They're beautiful. There are so many memories, weddings, bar mitzvahs, sweet 16s, you name it. We don't need another huge tower of that proportion. I'd like to echo the comments of the attorney for the Satai with respect to the parking and loading areas. This simply has not been thought out, and this is not the time to let it go through. I thank you. I know you will do the right thing, and I certainly hope this project does not go through, at least as it is currently being presented. Again, thank you so much. These proportions are just outrageous. And I'm echoing also the comments of, please, you haven't let Miami Beach Historic District get Disneyfied. Please don't let it happen. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for your comments. They were nicely done. Debbie?
Our next speaker is Kristen Rosen Gonzalez.
Hi, Kristen. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. And I might need an extra minute.
You're given the time you need, Kristen. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I can't imagine the pressure that you've been under and the amount of meetings that you've had and phone calls that you've received about this project. Today is really about, showing deference and reverence to our historic district and the Raleigh Hotel's landmark status. It's our legacy. It's about the historic skyline we see from the shores. A few setbacks aren't going to change the fact that that tower is so large. It's about protecting the charm of one of the world's most historic and renowned pools, the black and white swirls of the iconic Raleigh pool. Did you guys know that in 1947, the Raleigh was voted America's most beautiful pool? When I put in Esther Williams and the Raleigh pool into a Google search engine yesterday, more than 714,000 links and pictures pop up. In none of those links or pictures is there a massive condo tower. The Raleigh has international renown, history, and we have to take pride in Elmery Dixon's designs. That's why this board was created, to protect what makes Miami Beach unique and different. Our preservation ordinance requires compliance with the the Secretary of the Interior standards, which means that it needs to be compatible with the surrounding buildings and massing scale. And this project fails that standard. It's not about one tower. It's about the destruction of the historic ensemble. It's about the destruction of the harmony of a series of buildings. When a glass tower casts the environment in shade, obstructing view lines and corridors, the historic character is destroyed. The Raleigh and its pool have a unique relationship with its neighbor, the Atlantic Ocean, and obstructing the fluidity of this relationship by plopping down an out-of-scale tower fails to meet the Secretary of Interior's preservation standards. Tommy Hilfiger, he had it right. He wasn't building a tower. He was going to create an exclusive private club. Today, you can send a strong message that our historic ensemble is much more valuable than any one condo tower. If there ever were a historic decision before you, a legacy decision, it is your vote today. We're not Aventura, we're not Sunny Isles, we're not Surfside or Bell Harbor. The only municipality lucky enough to have this historic oceanfront inventory is Miami Beach, and it must be protected at all costs. You can't save something by destroying it, and that is what we are doing here, one building at a time. I'm very upset that Barry Klein is not present at today's hearing because I've been following these hearings, and I know that Barry Klein is a member of the HPB board, who was not in favor of building this big tower. And I would ask that you continue this item until every single member of the Historic Preservation Board can be here to weigh in, because it's that important. Please make a wise decision today. Continue this matter until serious, real concessions are made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kristen, for your excellent comments. Debbie, next.
Next speaker is David McKinney.
Okay, David, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
I'm David McKinney, and I'm an architectural historian. I live at 1020 Meridian Avenue, and I'm speaking as their private citizen. I really do think that the South Seas and the Richmond hotels have been lost in the discussion here. And I want to remind all of us that historic preservation does not mean that we restore at a point of time, but that we show the continuous architectural heritage and tradition of Miami Beach. Substantially altering these two buildings, we are losing really the continuity of our history. But even more important, and I won't belabor this, but I want to reiterate in my support of Daniel's discussion of the taking of the FAR from their historic buildings and placing it into this new building. Well, I don't know if they're appropriate to ask you to consider this precedent, but in so doing, I think what you will do from the future is basically put a bullseye on historic buildings where developers will buy them and then take away their FAR for new construction. The buildings represent the best of Miami Beach, not just at points in time, but across a continuum of our history. And I urge you to continue to preserve that continuum of our history. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKinney, very much. Debbie?
Next speaker is Tom Stern.
Okay, Mr. Stern, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members of the Historic Preservation Board. My name is Thomas Stern, and I'm president of the board of Faena House, located at 3315 Collins Avenue. I'm also a full-time resident of Miami Beach. As you most certainly know, the Faena Overlay District was created in 2014 by this esteemed board. It granted the developer rights to build a 200-foot condominium tower on the site of the historic Versailles Hotel between 34th and 35th Streets on Collins Avenue. The city now wants to grant this same developer the right to increase the tower to 250 feet and move it closer to the beach. They are prepared to do so through a zoning ordinance, and contrary to code and precedent, seem to be doing so without the Historic Preservation Board's prior review. Needless to say, a 250-foot tower is completely out of context with the Versailles Hotel, the Faena District, and the entire Collins Historic District. Which brings me to the rally and today's debate. My wife and I moved to Miami Beach because of its incredible vitality, charm, art, and architecture. There are few cities in America one can visit and feel they hark back to a bygone era. Thanks to your efforts, though, Miami Beach is one of them. I run almost every day on Collins Avenue and the boardwalk. I marvel at the awesome beauty of the many well-kept historic structures. The beachfront skyline is the result of your important work. You are not just another board. You truly hold the key to Miami Beach's future. Let there be no doubt that you each bring important expertise to the table in helping to determine what Miami Beach will look like over the coming decades. Your legacies will to some degree be determined by decisions like the one you will make today. The proposed Raleigh Tower is not an intangible. It's a monstrous tower sited next to some of the most iconic historic structures on the beach. Allowing it to move forward as proposed will set a dangerous precedent for Miami Beach's future. I ask that when it comes time to make a decision today, each of you will reflect deeply on your expertise, principles, and values, and you will find that the tower being proposed is well beyond the height, massing, and positioning for the site that it will sit on. Let's put all the noise of politics and development aside and do what's right for the future of Miami Beach. Thanks for all you do, and thanks for allowing me to speak today.
And thank you, Mr. Stern, for your insightful comments. They're appreciated. Debbie?
Our next speaker is Lloyd Mandel.
Hi, Lloyd. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Lloyd Mandel, proprietor of the Marseille Hotel, a perfectly preserved historic Art Deco hotel building. I am also a preservation advocate and a 70-year resident of Miami Beach. Members of the board, please consider the following. The Marseille Hotel is the only property abutting the Raleigh Hotel project and is the most affected by the impact of this project. I'll repeat, we are the most affected by the project on the Raleigh property. Yet I am here to strongly support this proposed design and positioning. Our building is only 5 feet from their property. 5 feet. There's no right-of-way that divides us. And there is no other building in Miami Beach within 50 or 100 feet of their project. I would not support this design if it was not the best of the alternatives. Everybody should know that they have already approval for reconstruction of the South Seas Hotel, which is a very inferior project. It's an ugly building which would obstruct the architecture of our entire north facade of the Marseille. The design before you allows much more air and light to our block than the alternative. The applicant has worked hard to minimize impacts of construction on our hotel. I thank the board and the applicant for their preservation of the Raleigh Hotel and of the South Seas and Richmond Hotel frontages. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mendo.
Next speaker is Mike Ohana.
Mr. Ohana, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give during this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
I'm a 30-year resident of Miami Beach. I'm representing on behalf of the Quattron Group, which is the Nautilus Hotel. I'm the owner of the food and beverage, and I was given permission to represent on their behalf, which is Brian Davis. We mimic Mr. Mendel from the Marseille. I think this would be a sin not to approve this project and to have historic preservation of the Raleigh and the South Seas and the Richmond and have some modern age. We've been lacking that for the past decade. I know that you, the board members, have approved some mixtures of nice Art Deco buildings and new modern age. We're lacking much renovations throughout South Beach, whether it's on Ocean Drive, Collins, Washington, Alton, and the nearby side streets, James and Meridian. I think this would be a sin if we don't approve this project. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Ohana.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Lori Bockham.
Good morning, board. Lori Bockham.
Hi, Lori. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time and for your service to our community. I will keep this brief because so many people before me have spoken so eloquently and knowledgeably about this. I would say that I believe you would have heard from more people in the community, but I think that most people never anticipated that a glass tower would even be considered on our historic Skyline beachfront in the historic district. I am a past board member of MDPL and have been a preservation advocate in our community since I moved here in 1992. I am also a realtor and am not anti-development. I'm also a fan of many of Kobe Corp's projects. And I would say that this development team and design team are excellent. And the project on its own is lovely. But a masked glass tower cannot go on our iconic historic beachfront next to the Raleigh, which is our most iconic structure and known around the world. This will be a slippery slope. I want to see all the properties preserved. I do believe that developers need to know when they buy our jewels that they have a responsibility to preserve them. And I am so pleading with you and for this team to go back and find something that truly complements our historic skyline. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori, for your insightful comments. They're greatly appreciated. Thank you. Debbie?
Next speaker is Clotilde Luce.
Hi, Clotilde. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Do you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Yes, Clotilde Luce, and I'm going to try to be as diplomatic as I can. You don't save something by ruining it. I think this is a stretch of our beach that is so exclusive and so chic. And I think the owner of the Shelburne understands that. I don't think there's anything chic or exclusive about adding, I'm sorry, a condo that one would see in Sunny Isles or Aventura. It is not a chic thing to glob that on in this skyline. I think what would be excellent public relations for this developer would be to consider something that Kristen Rosen Gonzalez alluded to earlier, an extremely exclusive 11-story club like Tommy Hilfiger was going to do. The developer could use some good PR. This would be a win-win for the city and for them. And once again, you don't save something by ruining it. So we don't need the 900th big condo glommed on here. And I would urge you to definitely not approve this thing that has barely been tweaked in the last 2 months. You know, chipping off 14 feet here is not a big step. So please, let's look beyond the Aventura condo or Sunny Isles condo edition, and let's find a much more chic, exclusive, excellent PR for everybody, which would be like a club or townhouses on this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Clotilde, for your insightful comments. Debbie?
Our next speaker is Ray Breslin.
Hi, Ray. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
First off, I represent the Collins Park Neighborhood Association, and I would say that we would exactly replicate what Robin Jacobs said. So I'm going to go beyond that to talk about other things. When we talk about historic preservation, if you look at the Ritz-Carlton, when that was preserved, Historic Preservation Board made the additional stories be all glass and entirely different than the historic building because it didn't want to reflect anything against the historic building. Right or wrong, that was what was done. You've got the Shelburne, who is not in favor of this project, when the size is really no different than what they are. You have the Setai, who has a big glass tower. It's already a glass tower, objecting to it. You go down to Fayana, and Fayana is objecting when they built a tower just as big next to a historic hotel. You cannot turn around and preserve a historic hotel and bring it to what everybody would want without a trade-off. And the trade-off is something that's classy, simple, and iconic. And I really hope that you realize that this is an important element to make this project viable for the developer. If you look at the Tommy Hilfiger project, that was building a building running north and south, totally blocking the historic Raleigh Hotel from the ocean. If anybody looks at that project, they would recognize and see that. This project now, with the Raleigh Gardens and everything else, is absolutely the perfect, iconic thing that our neighborhood needs. And I truly hope that you vote to accept this proposal as presented to you. It's an amazing project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Breslin. Debbie, next.
Next speaker is Karen Monty.
Hi, Karen. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, board. Thank you for your time. I represent nobody. I'm a resident of Miami Beach for over 20 years. I worked at the Raleigh in 1992 to 94. I saw its first renovation go through when the walls were Pepto-Bismol pink and the beautiful terrazzo was covered by Pepto-Bismol pink carpet. When I saw the drawings for this monstrous building being built behind it, I just couldn't believe that you guys were even considering something like this. I understand it's hard to renovate these buildings. I understand it takes a lot of money, but the Raleigh's been renovated various times since then. And I just feel like there has to be something better that can be built or that can bring in additional income. That's just my 2 cents. I appreciate your time, and I hope you reconsider and maybe let them come up with a new proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, for your insightful and historic insight. I never met anybody who worked at the Raleigh in years past. It's very nice to hear from you. Thank you very much. Next, Debbie.
Mr. Chair, I do not see any other speakers. So if there's anyone from the public that wishes to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And it looks like we have Stephen. Stephen?
Hi, Stephen. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, but I'd like to speak after Tucker Gibbs, if that's possible.
Okay, I don't see. Oh, Tucker's hand is up. Okay, can we call up Tucker first? Is Tucker up? No.
Hello?
Hi, Tucker. We can hear you.
Okay. I would first like to ask the chair, request a combined 8 minutes for both my and Mr. Advokov's presentation. I would go for, pardon?
Granted.
Thank you so much. My name is Tucker Gibbs, representing the Shelbourne Hotel Partners, owners of the Shelbourne Hotel at 1801 Collins Avenue. My client continues to have serious concerns regarding this application as amended on August 17th. The application still fails to meet the certificate of appropriateness criteria, including the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. It also fails to meet the requirements for waivers and the requested variance, as stated in my letter to the board dated September 1st, and Mr. Advokov's presentation and PowerPoint that will be made next. Furthermore, there's nothing in the record that shows that the applicant meets the disclosure requirements set forth in section 118.31. That section requires disclosure by the applicant at the commencement of the public hearing on an item of any consideration provided for an agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested application, excluding legal or design professional services rendered or to be rendered. According to the Dictionary of Architecture and Construction, 4th edition, a design professional is an architect or engineer or both duly licensed for professional practice who may be employed by the owner for the purpose of designing a project. There's nothing in the record of this matter that shows that such a disclosure by the applicant for Professor Lejeune. Professor Lejeune is not a design professional because he's not registered as an architect in the state of Florida, as he stated on August 11th. He confirmed, I should say, on August 11th. The failure to provide the required disclosure regarding Professor Lejeune warrants a determination by this board that the disclosure was not timely satisfied by the applicant pursuant to section 11831. In that event, according to that section, the application, quote, shall immediately be deemed null and void without further force and effect, and no application from the applicant shall be reviewed or considered by the applicable boards for 1 year. Section 11831 states further, quote, it shall be unlawful to employ any device, scheme, or artifice to circumvent the disclosure requirements of this section, and such circumvention shall be deemed a violation of the disclosure requirements of this section. Because the applicant has failed to meet the disclosure requirements of section 11831, I request the board determine that the applicant has not timely satisfied this requirement. For this and the other reasons stated on the record of the proceedings of this application, including my letters to the board, Shelburne Hotel Partners urges you to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Next. Debbie, next.
Mr. Avdikov.
Yes, hi. This is Steve Avdikov.
And Mr. Avdikov, you're under oath.
Hi, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board and commission for your time to speak before you. Stephen Avdikov. I'm a preservation architect with over 30 years experience. I have a graduate degree in historic preservation from Columbia University, and I'm also a beach resident for the past 26 years. I spoke during the last board meeting and expressed it in my expert opinion. The Raleigh Master Plan did not comply with the Secretary of Interior standards. And I'm here today to provide my expert opinion that the revised version of the Raleigh Master Plan that is being reviewed still does not comply with the terms and criteria of the city's preservation ordinance. And once again, that the board should reject the request for the certificate of appropriateness. I submitted a report to the board last Tuesday. I believe Tucker forwarded that for the record. I also have a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation, which was submitted. I appreciate it if you could switch to that so I can go through that quickly. Thank you very much. Just some examples of our work here in South Florida, which have gone through preservation review boards, have obtained certificate of appropriateness, have received awards from Data Heritage Trust, from the Florida Trust for Preservation, and the AIA. Next slide, please. Once again, we're here because the Raleigh Hotel, the Richmond Hotel, and the South Seas Hotel are contributing structures in the Ocean Drive Collins Avenue Historic District. Consequently, all the work is subject to review for the certificate of appropriateness as it was last month. Next, please. The intent of the ordinance is to maintain the physical evidence of the city's heritage and assure the compatibility of restored, rehabilitated, or replaced structures within designated historic districts. In my expert opinion, this project fails to comply with these terms. Next, please. Once again, as I noted during our discussion last month, the Secretary of the Interior standards are the guidelines which are the basis for the review and the determination of certificate. That's the case today. Once again, I'd like to briefly review the resubmitted project in accordance with that. Next, please. As we discussed, this is really demolition of significant fabric. 84% of the building fabric of the Richmond and the South Seas. It's not preservation, it's demolition. It's demolition by the work of Melvin Grossman, but it's also a significant demolition by the work of Marie Dixon. Both team works, they were contributing in the district. Next, please. Nothing's changed on this. As per last month, it's not in accordance with this standard number 2, which indicates that the property shall be retained and preserved in general. Next, please. As we note, the demolition, what results, nothing has changed in this. You're creating building footprints that never existed. This is not preservation. This creates a false sense of history. The result of this will be neither a Dixon building nor a Grossman building, but Disney Deco. Next, please. And once again, as per last month, we're not in compliance with Secretary Standard number 3. We are creating a false sense of historical development, and that's against that standard. Next, please. We are also, as previously noted, we're removing historic layers that have acquired significance in their own right. These facades have been extant for 66 of the 80 years of the building's existence. They're examples of mid-century architecture that comprises 17% of the historic district. Once again, next, please. Non-compliance. Properties change over time. Those changes that have acquired significance in their own right shall be retained and preserved, not in compliance. Next, please. Once again, the only issue that's been addressed this time, and it's been addressed as a gesture, really, is the scale and the height of the building. The height really here has not changed. The height in relation to the other buildings on the site is not compatible, clearly. The changes that were made were gestures. There's step backs here, there's adjustments here, but the height really has not changed. The building is 5 times taller than Richmond and South Seas, over 2 times taller than the Raleigh's main volume, and is incompatible with the buildings immediately on site, as well as those in the surrounding district. Next, please. Therefore, in accordance with standard number 9, it's not compatible because the massing, size, and scale fail to protect the historic integrity of the property and environment. Next, please. Finally, the last standard is demolition. It's not reversible. Things have to be reversible. 84% of these Richmond and South Seas buildings are demolished. Nothing's changed here, folks, in the name of progress. Can't be undone. We have to be thoughtful when we consider the legacy of the district. Next, please. It's not in accordance with this standard. Next, please. So last time during the meeting, there was talk about getting the preservation right. It was argued that the height of the tower was critical to the preservation. And if it were to be reduced, then the preservation would have to be reduced. The preservation had to be paid for. However, there's another way. There's a way to pay for the preservation that's in accordance with the Secretary of the Interior standards and, of course, your regulations. And it's called the Federal Historic Rehabilitation Tax Credit. As the Raleigh, the Richmond, and the South Seas are contributing income-producing buildings in the National Register District, they are eligible for this tax credit, which is 20%. If the standards are followed, 20% of the qualified project costs for the preservation of these historic buildings will receive this credit. Next, please. The project meets the criteria.
Your 8 minutes are up. Your combined 8 minutes are up.
Can I have 2 more minutes, please?
One more minute, please.
1 more minute, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the project meets this criteria. It's a win-win opportunity. Get the preservation right in accordance with the standards and help pay for it. This would be a way forward that will allow for the reduction in the height of the tower in accordance with the standards. Next, please. This is something that's been utilized across the country and in Miami Beach. The Fontainebleau received over $63 million in credits for its rehabilitation. Next, please. The St. Moritz received over $1.8 million in tax credits during its rehabilitation for a tax credit. Next, please. Across the country, hotels have utilized this credit. The TWA building in JFK, the Ace Hotel in New Orleans, tax credits. Next, please. Many projects in the vicinity of Miami, of this hotel, the Raleigh, have received them. The Sagamore, 20% credit, $3.2 million. The National, right down the street, $2.2 million to help pay for the preservation. The Ritz, $8 million to help pay for the preservation. Next, please. And the list goes on. You can see all the projects that have been hotels that have been rehabilitated. Next, please. In fact, since 2000, from 1987 to 2010, 90 projects received over $550 million in credits, leveraging $2.2 million in preservation of historic buildings in accordance with the Secretary of Standards in Miami Beach. Next, please. So I'm going to conclude here with the reality that's very clear. This project in its current iteration is not in compliance with the standards, as I've noted. There are financial incentives that are available to help pay for the preservation and ensure it's complete in accordance with the Secretary of Standards. It's called the Tax Credit Program. It's been utilized extensively. So it comes down to this. There's a reason that 10th Street on the beach is named Barbara Capitan Way. She fought to create the Miami Beach Architectural District when the prevailing argument set forth was Art Deco architecture was not worth preserving. It was standing in the way of progress. Fortunately, Ms. Capitan did not capitulate and remained steadfast in her beliefs. The district was created. Miami Beach enjoyed a renaissance due specifically to these convictions. Now that her beliefs have been validated by the fruit of success, there are those that argue that the value of the character she fought to preserve is secondary to the value of the dollar. Historic character is a fragile thing, and authenticity is delicate. Once it's gone, it's gone. So I can guarantee you Ms. Capitan is watching down upon her legacy, and let there be no mistake. She would have the courage to reject this project for what it is, a threat to the character for which she fought. I hope that you have that courage as well and deny the certificate of appropriateness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephen, for a very factual and interesting presentation.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Yoli.
Yoli, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Please consider that Mr. Schwa, it's a New Yorker. He's coming with big money. Let's look at his past and let's not this happen. This is not New York City. This is Miami Beach, Florida. This is the Art Deco district. We should look into what he's done in New York. This is not New York City. This is Miami Beach. Thank you. Please consider voting no and preserve our beloved Miami Beach Art Deco district. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jolie.
Our next speaker is Christina Labusetta.
Christina, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. I did have some photos that I emailed in to this packet. I'm wondering if those could be presented. Three images. 2 images and a link.
Can't hear. Yoli, are you there?
This is Christina. Christina, are you with us?
Yes.
We're having a little difficulty hearing you.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I had emailed in a short time ago 2 images and a link that I would like to have presented to go with what I have to say.
Christina, any visual presentation would need to be emailed to the planning department at least 3 business days prior to the hearing, or you could present something at the convention center space in person, but any digital media needs to be here 3 business days prior. So we don't have anything to put on the screen for you this morning, but you're more than welcome to give your verbal comments to the board.
Okay. I was unaware of that. It wasn't, I didn't see where it was published that was the requirements. So I know in the future. I work in the film industry and had many shoots at the Raleigh Hotel over the years. And it's just a stunning masterpiece property that is part of the historic fabric of the city. And I sat on the on the Miami Design Preservation League board for about 15 years and have, fought to maintain the fabric of the city. What this project does is destroy the skyline of that area. There are 2 blocks of very beautiful low and mid-rise Art Deco and mid-century modern hotels along that strip. And you put in this oversized building and it just destroys the entire look. It's something that creates a disincentive for people to shoot here. Film and photo production is a lifeblood of the city and has helped revitalize it if anybody's been around long enough to remember what it was like in the 80s and 90s and how fast it turned around due to our industry because of basically the advertising for tourism for the entire world to see these really cool buildings. And this is why people come here. We can't have it look like Sunny Isles. There will be no more productions here, and certainly a very disincentive for people to visit. So what I'm requesting is that this building be scaled down. I'm sure it's a very pretty building from the design, but it is just so out of scale. And I like the idea from Clotilde of it being a boutique building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina, for your fresh insights into why you believe we should do what you suggest. Thank you very much. Debbie?
Our next speaker is Paula.
Paula, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Paula King. I'm a 25-year resident of North Beach. I'm on the steering committee of No Snob Neighborhood Organization to Save North Beach, and I'm the vice president of the Biscayne Beach Neighborhood Association. I just want to remind everybody listening that by default, as a resident of Miami Beach, you are a steward of Miami Beach of Miami Beach's historic architecture. For the last 5 years, we have done everything to accommodate development. I really think that the line has to be drawn in the sand, literally here. We must save our historic architecture here, or we're going to lose all. We've done a lot to accommodate our developers, but at this point, they're completely overstepping. And we really need to do more to halt this. We cannot destroy everything that makes us special in order to accommodate people making whatever, $10 million, $15 million, $25 million more. I think that it's been mentioned before, when they buy these buildings, they buy them on spec. You know, every little unit that they get more is more money in their pocket. And I just don't think that we should give up our uniqueness as Miami Beach in order to accommodate development.
Thank you, Paula, for your well-stated opinion. Thank you so much. Debbie?
The next speaker is Salam.
Okay, Salam, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sorry, I do, Debbie. Thank you, but I think I, by mistake, raised my hand. I clicked it by mistake.
Oh, no problem.
Sorry, thank you.
No problem.
Our next speaker is Jane.
Jane, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jane Gross. I've been involved in historic preservation in Miami Beach for 38 years now. Former member of MDPL board, former member of the Historic Preservation Board. In fact, I worked on the first hotel restoration on Ocean Drive in 1982 for Andrew Capitman. I'm speaking for myself as a private citizen and for my husband, former Commissioner Solgros, who would be here speaking with you as well, but he's having a saxophone lesson downstairs. I hope it's not too loud. But we just want to say, everybody had so many great things to say. I don't even want to read what I had to write because it's not as good as what everyone else said. We're just totally opposed to this. Talk about drawing a line in the sand. I have a lot of respect for Kobe's architecture and for Alfredo, but this board's job, like Herb Sosa stated, is the historic preservation. And that's what you need to concentrate on. This is definitely not historic preservation. And we both urge the Historic Preservation Board to vote this down. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much, and hello to all my friends.
Thank you, Jane. You are a true friend of historic preservation, and we appreciate always when you have things to say. Thank you. Debbie?
Our next speaker is Crispy.
Okay. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm a longtime beach resident and also a former employee of the Raleigh Hotel. No one is mentioning the effect that all these projects are having on our bays and our waterways. It's ridiculous to put up this kind of tower. The iconic pool will definitely be shrouded by the sun in the morning. There's no way to get around that. I think that if the board does go approve this, that they should make sure they have proof of irrevocable funds for the entire project, including all the elements. They need to make a condition of any approval that the first developer must first do all the historic property renovations to 75% completion before they start the foundations of the tower. What happens if they start this project and then they run out of money and everything is left unfinished? You know, as many people have said, we love and cherish our Deco district. It's important to us. All the looming towers are ridiculous. I lived on First Street when the renovation started on South Point Towers, and we lost the sun on the beach. It's too much. We don't need it. We thank you for your consideration, and let's just say no. Follow your hearts and follow your integrity. Thank you.
Crispy, sorry, could you state your name for the record?
My name is Crispy Solaperto.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Crispy, for your insightful comments. Debbie?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any other speakers.
Okay, so we should move on to the rebuttal by the owners' representatives. They have 10 minutes, correct?
Well, Mr. Chair, I will try to do it in 10 minutes, but as you can tell, there's been quite a substantial amount of public comment, which I need to respond to. So I will.
We'll start with 10 minutes and we'll see where it goes.
Mr. Chair, prior to the applicant's rebuttal, I think it would be a good idea to close the public hearing.
Oh, okay. Shall we close the public hearing? Do we hear anyone else? Hearing no one else,
Actually, Mr. Chair, we have Bernie Matz that just raised his hand. So Bernie will be our last speaker.
Hi, Bernie. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hello?
Bernie,
yes,
are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me now? I absolutely do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Wonderful. My name is Bernard Matz. I was born here in Miami Beach in the early 60s. I've been in business here in Miami Beach since 1986. I was one of the first restaurateurs to open up on Lincoln Road. I had dinner several times with Barbara Kappelman and people like Woody Von Drasek that created all of the early artwork and buzz for everything that made Miami Beach special and the Art Deco district. This is very disappointing. I'll tell you, I even had every year we had Rosh Hashanah at the hotel there that's now the Ritz-Carlton. So I know that block between Lincoln Road and basically 18th Street very, very well. We used to come in the summers to visit my grandparents who would stay there in the summers. And it's very, very disappointing that we're just short-sightingly selling out to somebody who wants to blow up a tower right on that beautiful block. It's destroying the future of what makes Miami Beach special. And I will just leave it at that.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Matz. Debbie, do we see anyone else?
No, that will be our last speaker. So you can close the public hearing.
So we should close the public hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, traditionally we start the clock at 5 minutes for rebuttal. I know that Alfredo has asked for a few additional minutes. So how much time would you like me to allow?
It's very important that we satisfy the suggestions of the rebuttal, the owner and the architect. So I would give them 10 minutes.
Okay.
Double the normal time to make sure that everyone knows that everyone's been given a fair chance to respond.
Okay, so I will set the clock at 10 minutes.
Thank you. Well, you've heard a lot of public comments, and I really want, I'm going to go down to some of the highlights that I need to respond to. Obviously, Ken spoke on behalf of the Setai, which is ironic, the 400-foot tower in our neighborhood. He incorrectly raised issues that the Grossman addition was a front facade. They're a rear facade, which is not covered in the code specifically, and they're not the architecturally significant portions of the building. We have worked with NDPL extensively and have really addressed majority of their comments. So we do believe that this massing and changing of the building that you are occurring before you is actually addressing the concerns raised by the board and raised by many in the community. That brings me to Christine Gonzalez-Rosen and Clotilde Luz, who both spoke today and have actively misrepresented this project on social media and really has egged on many of the people you see calling today, showing images that have been discredited months ago that are not true renderings or true diagrams of this project, which clearly show and trying to mislead people into thinking that the Raleigh pool is having a tower built on the Raleigh property when it is clearly not the fact. And we've reached out to them. Everyone from the team has reached out, offered to show them the plans, to talk to them, to try to address concerns. They have refused and just decided to do, I guess, what we see in the country nowadays, fake news and scare tactics. That's exactly what they're doing, Mr. Chair. Okay, so it's very clear. Let's just be clear. She has made statements on this project that it's 5 times the size of the existing Richmond Tower. I'm not a mathematician, but the Richmond Tower is currently 85 feet existing today. So I don't know how we go to 5 stories, 5 times the size. We're proposing a 200-foot building. Let's be clear. It's important to know that the Raleigh pool will have greater light and air, and our plans stand by them in our renderings, and we hired independent renderers and everyone had copies of all the shadow studies, has more sun and light than since they added the 50s additions 5 feet from the property line. The Raleigh pool, originally designed by L. Murray Dixon, has been a victim of additions in the 50s. And we are actually bringing back the Raleigh pool to a better point than anyone in our lifetime has seen. So that needs to be clear. Allegations that we're running a sneak attack campaign. Let me tell you, I don't know what other developers were for a year and a half working with everyone, even before acquiring the properties. I don't need messages. So to be clear, we've worked, Michael Schroll bought the Raleigh, went out to the community on the concept of a text amendment. And only after getting support and getting an approval of the text amendment did he actually buy the Richmond and South Seas. So any suggestion otherwise is a misrepresentation. I want to go back to several of the other comments. So a lot of the comments that you've heard today opposing the project, Richmond, are based on this last minute push by certain individuals with ulterior motives, whatever it may be. I'm not going to, whether it's campaigning, radio show, who knows what the reason is, has led to many of the people with a call. Because obviously if you see the misrepresented images and have not seen anything else in the last year and a half of us presenting concepts, then I understand why people are calling. But to be fair, they were misled. And they have been misled all the way along. So in addition, I'm going to respond to some specific comments going down. And by the way, when Kristen referred to the 1947 image she finally looked at, that was before the Richmond Tower was built. So we're not Aventura. We're not Sunny Isles. If this was Sunny Isles or Aventura, you'd be looking at a 400-foot plus building. We're a 200-foot tower, which is appropriate throughout the oceanfront of Miami Beach, including neighboring properties blocks from us, not even across the street. I like to point out that we had a speaker, Mr. Stern, who lives in the Faena house. Somehow, his discussion and his issues with the Faena project, which is not what's being discussed or heard today, is relevant. It's not a precedent. They're separate historic district. They're separate sets of facts. Let's be clear. Mr. Stern lives in a 200-foot plus tower built next to a lower historic building. So there you're going to have at least 200-foot towers next to the two historic buildings. So I don't understand what the difference is. Let's keep going. The architecturally significant portions of this building, of both the Richmond and South Seas, are being preserved. Let's be clear. The main architect is L. Murray Dixon and what he did with these three iconic buildings. We are stripping back and bringing back the original iconic facades and of the building along Collins Avenue that have been taken down, changed, altered since the 50s. So now, I'd like to address that PowerPoint presentation you just heard and all the eloquent speeches from Mr. Cohen, his lawyers, his representatives, the new owners of the Shelbourne. Well, let's be clear. He complains about the tower. He met with my client before he even bought the Shelbourne and was shown plans and was fully aware over a year ago before his last 2 months of attacks. He refers to how he likes to preserve buildings. Well, he used examples in his letters, in his op-ed piece, and in his different correspondences. He refers to how he preserved the Nida, it's hard to pronounce, Phthasis Temple in Dallas, Texas, a 1916 historic building, and how that's an example of what he does versus what Schwo is doing. Did he also tell you that in addition to his that five-story building being restored, he added a 26-story and a 25-story high-rise up against it, and a 7-story addition? I mean, if we're going to talk, if you want to talk the facts, let's talk the facts. Mr. Cohen has just, and his team has misrepresented. His concern has been from the get-go shadows. He even made offers to make this problem go away. If my client bought the building. And yes, Mr. Jan, I agree with you. That's inappropriate for someone to do as they're trying to address their concerns. But that's what was done. And it's crystal clear. So we talked about tax credits. And the owners of the Shelbourne sold tax credit as the great way to find a solution. Or maybe we should have used the tax credits like they used in Dallas, where they received about $2 million in tax credits and less than $600,000 went to the actual historic building. The rest went to the 26-story tower. So I want to be clear. We have worked on this application. We have addressed numerous concerns of the board, and we believe that this project is the best and most iconic solution to give new life to not just the Raleigh, but the Richmond and the South Seas hotels. There was a comment that the South Seas Hotel does have approvals, and the Marseille clearly wasn't supportive of the original approvals. They have a 160-foot wall, 90 feet up in the air, put up 5 feet from their property line. You will not see their northern facade. You could probably hand coffees from one hotel room to the neighboring hotel. So the opening of this project, by taking out the non-architecturally significant portions and creating a light and air, for the first time, the Raleigh, you'll see the cupola better than you ever have before.
Your 8 minutes are up, Alfredo.
We need to move forward. Thank you, Alfredo.
No, Mr. Chair, 8 minutes are up. I'm finishing wrapping up. I need some additional time like you gave everybody else.
You've been given 4 months of additional time.
Mr. Chair, this was new public testimony. You have gone step by step. Everyone who opposed the project and asked for additional time, you have granted them more time. Clearly, I'm tired of hearing.
A few more minutes, you can have it, but be concise, please.
I'm being very concise. All right. So we're wrapping up. This project gives the Raleigh brings the Raleigh back to its former glory. Opening up the cupola, opening up the Raleigh pool, greater than even the Tommy Hilfiger that covered it with pavilions that no one would see, and it would be a private club, not a hotel open to the public. And the Richmond and the South Seas have the opportunity to have a better development than has been proposed in the past. Not because the architects in the past were not significant, but because it's 3 buildings in one that allows for unique opportunities. And we have shown in our shadow studies clearly and concisely that the shadows only hit the beach after 3 o'clock, actually hit the beach walk after 3 o'clock, and after 4 o'clock at worst case on the beach. And as far as the Shelbourne, as alleged, the shadows, their own additions over the years have created more shadows than the impacts from our building. And you've seen it from our previous submittals. Not to mention the shadow they negatively cast into the Nautilus. You wouldn't see it in their presentation, just for the record, because they erased the impacts of their shadows on the Nautilus for their imagery. But with that, I really respect, I think we've addressed majority of the board's concerns, condition after condition. My client has sat by and said, and has worked with the board and worked with the community. And we believe that our project today is the best direction to move forward into the future for the Raleigh. And at this point, I will end my rebuttal. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I want to make sure you have all the time you need. Does anyone on your team need additional time or comments for Kobe Karp or Mr. Schvo or anyone else?
Mr. Chair, we have already submitted testimony and responded in our historic experts and sustainability experts to the unfounded comments in Tucker Gibbs' presentation.
But you didn't answer my question. Are you sure you don't need any more time? I do not want to restrict you in any way, shape, or form in your time to respond.
Mr. Finglas, I'm done with my rebuttal at this point. I will be prepared to answer any questions, as we typically do, of the applicant, if the board has any specific question when you go around the dais, so to speak, and ask questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Debbie?
Mr. Chair, I did notice we have 5 people with their hands up. However, public hearing was closed. So I will leave that up to the board.
I think since public hearing has been closed, it should remain closed.
Good.
Next, Debbie.
It's the board's discussion at this point.
Thank you.
So if you would like to discuss the item and open to a motion.
Thank you. First, let us hear from Max, please.
Thank you. I don't have additional questions or guidance for the project team at this time. I think if it's really up to the board and how we can discuss kind of where we go from here. There was a lot in the public hearing and response that had to do with the people involved, and I hope that we can stick to the facts and what's right for the properties here and what's right for this assemblage. From my point of view, I was looking at the tower as an aspect of the project that enables the preservation outcomes that this board is seeking, and that there was a concept that came up in the public hearing portion about alternatives. I think that's important for us to consider. This project isn't existing in a vacuum, that there are other, there's another project approved for this location. So it's part of the challenge of what we have before us today, and hope through our discussion that we can zero in on the issue about compatibility and what this board's judgment is going to be. With that respect, are the changes to the tower design that have been proposed that we see before us today, does that address the for the majority of the board members needed, does that address what we're looking for with the project, or do we need to find additional areas for guidance or direction on this to be able to move forward from where we are now? There was one point raised in just as I think procedure is important in any of our projects, but in particular, a significant project such as this, a point raised in the public hearing about a procedural issue with the team. I just wanted some clarification from city staff. Is there merit to that? Is there any issue with the application? Have we seen it from a procedural point of view, or are we okay to be able to consider this today?
I can address that, Max. We have no procedural issues with this application as it is pending before you today. And we stand by our recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are you done, Max?
That was it.
Okay, thank you very much. They're very interesting comments. Next, Nancy.
I have to take a deep breath after what we've just heard. I will start by saying Paula who spoke about 10 people ago, Paula was correct. I liked her thoughts, because for those of us who have been in this city trying to protect the historic buildings, we have watched, and we've never had a crowd like this, we watched many buildings that were not half the project that we are seeing today go by. Nobody cared. I don't know where all the people who spoke today have been. They should have been there for all of it. So I wonder first, and I do have several things to say, Jack, so I hope you will be tolerant.
Nancy, dear, you can have all the time you want. We want to make sure you get everything off your chest. Complete.
Thanks. It's not on my chest.
Okay.
In my head.
Speech.
So I wonder where everybody has been. All these people who have taken 2 hours of our time, where have they been? If they think that this is the worst thing happening, that we're going to lose the historic preservation and we'll never see the sky again, it is so grossly overstated that I could hardly listen to it. First of all, the facades include each of the Dixon buildings. We don't have the facades that are the backside, an extension that was done earlier by Melvin Dixon. The other thing that got me is that the skyline is already loaded with huge buildings. And wake up, everybody, many more are coming. They're in the wings. You cannot imagine. So if you care this much, and you all seem sincerely dedicated to what you were saying, I think you need to keep watching what goes on here. We have glass buildings coming, other towers are coming. So it'll give you a lot of time to use trying to keep up with it. I support this project. I've been in the preservation world since the early 70s. And I have dedicated most of my spare extra time to trying to preserve the historic buildings. But it had gotten out of hand. That's why I say Paula was correct. It's gotten out of hand because nobody is there to help us fight against a lot of projects that should have never happened. And worse than that, a lot of historic buildings that have been demolished. So I don't know how many people who talk today have ever taken part in such activities. The skyline is already loaded with huge buildings. And as I said, more are coming. And my question to everybody is to think about Tommy Hilfiger, very popular name, probably a very wealthy young man, and he bought the Raleigh. And he couldn't even finish the Raleigh. Somehow he left the place in a shell with a couple of nice little features. So I think it indicates that it takes a lot of valuable dollars to make a project like this happen. I am in this because I feel that it is so important to save the Raleigh that whatever comes to the south, and that's where the tower is, to the south, it's not behind the Raleigh, it's not covering anything. The Raleigh is by itself, but we have these other buildings. And how do you find somebody who is going to do the same job or similar job with just preserving the existing historic buildings? In the preservation world, everything doesn't have to be that you preserve the existing buildings. Only you are supposed to be developing for the future. So I don't know what happened to Tommy Hilfiger, but I think it's an indication of the problems that this developer is probably having. There is absolutely no impact on the Raleigh Hotel. The purpose of having this building is to save the Raleigh. And I believe it will go the way of the Deauville. I can see it coming. It's amazing to me that nobody who spoke today has started to complain about the Setai. Nobody complained about the Setai. Nobody complained about the Faena projects. And I hope they won't, because the Faena projects lend a lot of beauty and status to the city, as I believe this Raleigh project will do the same. Tax credits, that's laughable that this kind of a project could be created by using tax credits. It's beyond me where that logic comes from. I don't think the tax credits would pay for a speck of what this preservation project is. I'm happy that Alfredo corrected a lot of the misstatements, the quote, fake news. I applaud the developers. They even made a model. How many people who talked today came to see the model? Maybe that would have given you the idea that there is a lot of difference between what we were hearing this morning and what is really happening. Many developers don't make models. This one showed it and told the truth. So that's all I have to say. I am hoping that we're going to listen to the true preservation theory behind this and not just go off blindsided because we heard 2 hours worth of complaints. Thank you, Jack.
Nancy, are you sure you said all you need to say? I would never want to cut you off.
Believe me, I'll come back if I feel I have to.
Well, we'll see. Okay.
But I appreciate the time.
Okay, anytime. You're more than welcome. Okay. Normally, Debbie, can I go now? Debbie?
Mr. Chair, you're running the meeting, so feel free.
Normally, it is traditional that the chairman go last, but this time the project is of such import that I feel I have to jump in the middle and make a statement regarding all the issues that we have been hearing about over the past 4 months. And I would appreciate your bearing with me as I trying to touch on all of these issues. Thank you, dear fellow board members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on one of the most important issues to come before the HPB in many years. We need to take a step back from our past meetings and look seriously at the real issues to be decided here. We need to separate the developer's excellent salesmanship and legal hype from the plain and simple truths by which this project must be fairly, and I underline fairly, judged for the benefit of the citizens of and visitors to our great historic and irreplaceable city. The applicant has made some attempt to move the tower a few feet further back from the sand and has stepped back the east side of the building, not nearly the amount that I thought that we had agreed to at the last HPB meeting. However, the 200-foot-plus tower has not been shortened as had been suggested by several of the board members at our last meeting. Again, the tail of the project, the tower, is wagging the dog, our historic treasures. Keeping this height, even with the setbacks as proposed by the HPB, and the additional width of the building, retains a building that not only is out of scale with the surrounding contributing buildings, but one that continues to severely violate the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, or SIS, and its requirements. While permitted under the code, the non-contributing megalithic tower is subject to review and approval by this board under the guidelines of the SIS and the Certificate of Appropriateness, the COA. That review means the board can require reductions in height and massing to create a more compatible project. The HPB has tried to lessen the height and mass of this monstrous tower to no real avail. One need only to look at the video of the August 25th, 2020 Miami Beach Planning Board consideration of legislation that would allow up to 250 feet tall buildings in the Fayana Overlay District. It was voted on with the proviso that the HPB would be the governor of the application concerning height provisions. The role to enforce the SIS is what I am now going to do. The Secretary of Interior Standards are not satisfied in these revised plans. The applicant fails to meet at least the following 4 standards. Number 1, a property shall be used for its historic purpose or be placed in a new use that requires minimal change to the defining characteristics of the building and its site and environment. The addition of an 18-story, 200-foot tall megalith on a property that has been used for a hotel, restaurant, and open space fails to meet this requirement. The removal of 84% of the 2 contributing hotel buildings and the construction of the residential tower on these properties is not a new use that requires a minimal change to the defining characteristics of the building, its site, and environment. Standard 2, the historic character of a property shall be retained and preserved. The removal of historic materials or alteration of features and spaces that characterize a property shall be avoided. The almost total elimination of 84% of 2 major contributing hotel structures to enable the construction of a modern megalithic tower does nothing to retain and preserve the historic character of these properties. Standard number 9, new additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction shall not destroy historic materials that characterize the property. The new work shall be differentiated from the old and shall be compatible with the massing, size, scale, and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. The revised plans for the tower is differentiated from the architectural design within the historic district and the site. Even with the added step backs and sliding the building west a few feet is not satisfactory. The too large, fatter, out-of-scale structure still would dwarf even the largest contributing historic building on the assembled property. Standard 10, new additions and adjacent or related new construction shall be undertaken in such a manner that if removed in future, the essential form and integrity of the historic property and its environment would be unimpaired. The demolition of 84% of both the Richmond and South Seas hotels and the creation of a facadomy with remaining 14% would forever remove those structures from the historic fabric of the site. Once the scale and the historic soul of the property is removed, it will be gone forever, and the beachscape so loved by residents and tourists alike will be unrecognizable. Do not ruin our beach in order to save it. Please save our skyline, our view, and our world-class trademark postcard of this historic block. Next, certificate of appropriateness, COA, are not satisfied in the revised plans. The HPB in its COA review examines the plans for consistency with 17 criteria. These criteria are applied with regard to the aesthetics, appearances, safety, function of any new or existing structure, public interior space, and physical attributes of a project in relation to the site, adjacent structures, and properties and surrounding community. This application fails to meet the following 3 of the standards for rehabilitation. 1, the proposed structure and or additions to an existing structure are appropriate and compatible with the environment and adjacent structures and enhance the appearance of the surrounding for which the district was created. Professor Jean-François Lejeune states in his analysis of this application, quote, the tower is too high, too long, and too fat, which makes it visible from the east, the west, and the north along the beach, Collins Avenue, and 18th Street from James to the boardwalk. The tower's proportions are inappropriate to the scale and character of the Raleigh Hotel, Garden, and Pool. Beth Dunlop, the leading architectural critic and architectural historian of South Florida architecture and design, has stated, quote, my point is that Miami Beach flourishes when it sticks to its principles and often fails when it abandons them. We need to safeguard not just the buildings, but the scale and style of the Art Deco district and the importance of good design. This edition meets none of these standards of the SIS. The revised plans still show a truncated 200-foot high megalith to the east of the 2 small hotels in the Raleigh. This physical arrangement would overpower any visual relationship between the remnants of these contributing historic structures, the decimated remainder of the site, and with the rest of the historic district. Number 2, the design and layout of the proposed site plan, as well as all the new and existing buildings and public interior spaces, shall be reviewed as to provide an efficient arrangement of land use. Particular attention shall be given to safety, crime prevention, relationship to the surrounding neighborhood, impact on preserving historic character of the neighborhood and district, contiguous and adjacent buildings and land, pedestrian sight lines, and view corridors. The placement of the 200-foot megalithic tower as set forth in the revised plans would create a skewed relationship with the immediate neighbors and with other historic properties. Lejeune states, this building placement would do nothing to preserve the historic character of the neighborhood and district, contiguous and adjacent buildings and land. 3, any proposed new structure shall be compatible with the building site and surrounding areas, which creates or maintains important view corridors. The sheer height and bulk of the megalithic tower would be the focal point of this area. This shows a callous lack of sensitivity to the historic development and sensitive scale existing in the area. Again, the tail should not wag the dog. But perhaps this is the most important thing I would say today. Quote, height is not an entitlement. My fellow board members, please remember that height is not an entitlement. While a maximum of 200-foot height is allowed in this district, the applicable COA criteria allow the HPB to condition its approval on a reduction of height to ensure compliance with those criteria. At our last meeting, it was suggested to the developer that the building be shortened and step back to make the Raleigh the dominant structure on the property. He has not listened to our suggestion in this regard. In Euro-American Group Incorporated versus the City of Miami Beach, the Circuit Court Appellate Division panel addressed a Miami Beach Design Review Board approval that was conditioned on a reduction in height. That court said, because the design review criteria requires that proposed structures be compliant with the underlying zoning district and compatible with the adjacent structures and surrounding area, the design review criteria may reasonably be interpreted to require a change in height below the maximum allowed height stated in the underlying zoning district. Accordingly, the maximum height allowable is not an entitlement. This application should be rejected, or at a minimum, greatly reduced in scale and height to reduce the massing of the megalithic tower and thereby ensure it would be in scale with the surrounding historic buildings. This project must be made to comply with the SIS and the COA. For the sake of our paradise, please do not let this megalithic tower be constructed in any of its current reiterations. Please do not let the developer hold us to a, quote, quid pro quo, end quote, of more height for the tower in exchange for more money spent on the restoration of the smaller extant hotels. The citizens of Miami Beach are in charge of granting approval for these projects, not the developers. Developers must comply with our federal and local requirements and board directives to obtain the necessary approvals. Please do not allow our historic beachfront to be chipped away and wind up like Aventura or Sunny Isles. Do not let us become, as former Mayor Matty Bauer said over this past weekend, paradise lost, by casting your vote to approve this egregious project. Save our historic skyline and historic views to the ocean. Thank you, respectfully, Jack. Thank you, Debbie. Next, Rick.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I appreciate all of the comment this morning. I apologize. I had some technical difficulties and was disconnected for a brief period, so I do think I missed some of it. When we first heard about this project, I think when over a year ago, I was opposed to the additional height. I've always been opposed to height. I think Miami Beach has a problem with its planning that allows, tall buildings on the coast. I mean, dating back to, the Portofino Towers. But, having come to become familiar with the project, the proposed restoration of the Raleigh Hotel and the two adjacent ones, I've come to appreciate the balance between preservation and development. I understand and appreciate, as I mentioned, the outpouring today of concern for the size of the tower. It has come up on our board meetings. We've asked the developer to reduce the size of the building. They have a little bit, not unsubstantial, but I don't know what would be a happy medium. I don't know what the right height is. But I do know that the restoration and rejuvenation of the Raleigh Hotel and maintaining it as a kind of publicly accessible place is valuable. And I mean, the idea of it becoming a private club, and no tower, and say, okay, no, you can kiss the access goodbye. I mean, you'll never see the Raleigh pool again, right? You'll never get to have dinner in the Raleigh Hotel again.
Thank you, Rick. Scott?
Yes. Like was said, this came to us over a year ago, and we were presented with that proposal for a text amendment to allow more height on the lot, and we were shown a certain rendering, and I think we all went along with it. Some of us maybe reluctantly, but we always have the idea that whatever is proposed is going to come back to this board and we'll have the final say. Anyway, when they did present their project to us, each of us had our own specific concerns over the different aspects of the project. And this project, as I said before, really encompasses a lot of the different things we see in front of this board. There's demolition, there's renovation, there's new construction. It's a rather large site with a lot of things happening on the site. So, as far as all the meetings and everything that we've had and the input and public input, I mean, it's all positive. It's all what's needed when we look at a project like this. Anyway, one of the things I know that, I don't know if the public got to see this, but I know all of us did as members. I guess the mock-up they did in that little tent behind the property. This was months ago when we saw that. And like I said, each of us has our own concerns about this project. And when I looked at that mock-up, the thing that hit me immediately and the thing that kind of just stood out among everything else was how close the building was to the beach. It looked almost like it was built on the beach. And from the very beginning, I told the applicant I just couldn't go along with that. And I know it, since it had come back and forth a few times, and finally at the last meeting, I guess maybe they got they realized it wasn't going to go through unless at least they tried to change that, among all the other comments and concerns that this board discussed with them. You know, so I just thought that it was so, like I said, looked like it was built on the beach. Anyway, in the course of all the meetings we've had with them, I did go out to the site and I stood on the boardwalk, I stood on the beach, walked up and down a little bit, and it didn't, I want to say my concern didn't seem as strong, because it didn't seem as strong as I was initially thought. You know, the landscaping does, at least from the boardwalk, does block out quite a bit of the building there when you're walking on it. And then when I walked on the beach, it you know, I guess in even though it's still one of the building that's built very close to the beach than many of the others, you know, when you walk back far enough on the beach, it does seem to blend in with some of the other buildings there, mainly because you have the Satai pretty close there, and that's a rather large building. But even then, I said, you know, they still have to do something. They still have to somehow mitigate that I call it the eastern facade of the building. And as I mentioned before, I met with them we had a few Zoom meetings where they you know, they asked what could we do, and I basically said, you need to move, you know, if you move the building back, that would be, you know, I'd be okay with that, or somehow do something with that facade. So, you know, this is what they proposed, cutting it back or moving it back, the facade, moving it back 15 feet, I guess, through floors 1 through 10 or 1 through 11, then another 15 feet, a few floors above that, and a little bit more. You know, that it's a compromise, and I mean, it's a compromise that satisfied my concerns when I'm, you know, from the concerns that I had after walking on the beach and walking on the boardwalk there. So as far as that, you know, I'm again, everything's a compromise, and as I said from the very beginning, that was my only real concern with that new tower there. You know, I'm happy with the renovation they're doing there. You know, there is some demo. I know, you know, it's maybe not the most architecturally significant portion of the two other smaller hotels there, but there is demo there. But again, my main concern, just like each of us has her own concerns about it, mine was that building and the location close to the beach. So, you know, again, it's a compromise that's made, and it does satisfy my concerns. You know, they came back and said, you know, we're going to cut the building in half the size. Of course, we'd all be happy, or most of us would be happy with that. I'd be happier with that. But sometimes we do make compromises. Let me just say here, I think where with this project, the reason we as the board got ourselves into this position where we're really being lobbied and pushed to approve it, and the developers pushing, and there's a lot of pushback, goes back to when they originally presented, or I guess it's them or the city presented the text amendment over a year ago. You know, we were shown, I still have that picture in my head, a simple rendering of the Raleigh with looked like a small round tower behind it. We were like, okay, you know, doesn't look bad. We'll have our final say when the project comes to us. I think that's where we made our error. I just think that moving forward, when I say made an error, is because we didn't see what they were proposing. We were basically giving them a blank slate to go 200 feet tall. And it just, it put us in this position. We're saying, yeah, go ahead 200 feet tall, you know, propose something. And then when they propose it, we have all sorts of concerns over it. And this is more of a question for Debbie and staff. I you know, personally, if, you know, I'm not on the board much longer, but if any other text amendment came to us while I'm here, I would not vote in favor of it unless I see what's being proposed, meaning the project, or at least a certain massing study or something that's showing what's being proposed. And I think we ought to, as a board, ask the city commission to maybe change their ordinances So any text amendment, if that's whether it's a height increase, whether it's reducing setbacks or anything that can substantially change or increase the massing of a project before it could be approved either or before it's shown to HPB or even the commission, that a more developed plan needs to be presented. Because again, I think that's where we ran into a lot of trouble and a lot of issues with this project. If they were presenting this over a year ago, we would never have gone along with the text amendment. I think this board probably would have shot it down 7-0. I can't speak for the commission, but I'm sure we carry some weight with the commission, and it would have alleviated a lot of the issues we're talking about now. And I just want to say something Nancy said. She said, he'll figure, if he couldn't make it go, then we need Schvo to get in there and do it. It's not, I don't think it's that, Nancy. Hilfiger paid a certain amount. He was moving forward with his renovation. But when Michael Schvo came in and offered $1 million per room, any businessman is going to say, where do I sign? Okay. If that's what's going to happen. He offered a lot of money for this building. And he did that with the anticipation that he was going to build this large project. If you remember, when they did present the text amendment, he had a contract to buy the property. The contract wasn't going to go through unless he got the text amendment passed. So let's say the text amendment didn't pass because we saw what's being proposed. Maybe he offers less, or maybe he doesn't buy the property and Hilfiger continues with his renovation. So what's happening is, developers are coming in and they're basically saying, doesn't matter what I pay for a building, because I'll just get the zoning changed to do whatever I want there, and I'll get that money back plus a lot more. So, I think we need to consider as a city how we're allowing some of these projects to progress and look at it there. I mean, we all hate to be put in this position where we're really being pushed from both ends on how to vote. But I think if, a lot more people were involved from the beginning and an actual plan was presented to us from the beginning, it would put a lot more of these projects in focus. It would get a lot more people involved from the beginning. And hopefully it would be the outcome would be what's really best for the city. So, again, I leave it to Debbie on how maybe we can, I know maybe not today, or somehow come up with some kind of language that we can forward to the commission to, when it comes to text amendments on maybe seeing more than just a simple rendering or just something saying a building's going to be so high on the property, and give us the text amendment, and then we'll present the plan later. So I'll leave it to you to maybe come up with something and see how we can do that. Okay, I'm good.
Thank you, Scott. Kirk?
Good morning. Excuse me. So there's a lot that I have to say regarding this project that I've already said. First of all, going back to the text amendment, which when we discussed that, I expressed, I think pretty outspokenly, my concerns with this. And, I hear what you're saying, Scott. I mean, generally when there's a more formal approach, maybe you have a more rigorous discussion. And I think that would have been very worthwhile. Bringing us back to all of the public comment that we heard today, I'm not personally sure, how much awareness the public actually had about the text amendment prior to it happening and what their input might have been, but that's neither here or there. A couple of things. I think that, first of all, the applicant has done so many beautiful aspects of this proposal, particularly, I think the design of the proposed tower is really nicely done. The floating pedestal in terms of trying to minimize the impact and create an open field, an open space for the Raleigh pool. Certainly not lost on me. I think there's a lot of details that we've gone over as part of this project, and that there's been a lot of good progress. I do want to say, you know, the challenge for me, and again, I said this at our very first discussion, to me, and I said it then, you know, I stayed in the Raleigh in the mid-90s when, you know, this was really the shining beacon of the potential that Miami Beach had. I mean, everybody, I lived in New York at the time, you know, everybody was coming, everybody was staying at the Raleigh. I still remember the room at the Raleigh was $250 a night, and at the Marseille next door was $65. I mean, same location, but the Raleigh is sublime. And, you know, this area of Miami Beach is sublime. I think it is absolutely, in and of itself, these two blocks of hotels, they carry the allure of Miami Beach in every way, shape, and form. I think they are so worthy. Certainly Ocean Drive is the postcard image, but in terms of the true experience of Miami Beach and the historic districts in Miami Beach, this area is really it. And I want to touch on, because there's been so much input and so much public scrutiny, a couple of things that I stated the last time through that I think are important to be stated. Again, the integrity of these two blocks from Lincoln Road to 18th Street and maybe a little bit beyond is intact. It is intact. There are no, you know, for me, and this is what I've already said, you know, once you get to the Shore Club, to me, 200-foot tower there, I'm sorry, you know, I had a problem with that personally, just the massing alone. Forget about the Setai, which I believe is twice that size. So coming back to this beautiful, pristine, intact ensemble, I think it's one of the public speakers that had referred to it as, but I mean, it's intact and it's gorgeous. And not only on the east side of the street, but on the west side as well, with the, you know, the Catalina and the Gale. And I mean, really, it is a stunning representation of everything that historic preservation and renovation stands for in Miami Beach, and particularly that allure, that feel, the, you know, it's a vibrant, magical place. That's just the way I feel. And I've done a lot of soul searching as this project has moved forward. You know, I've analyzed over and over again because I don't want to undermine that. I mean, I already spoke that allure is part of what drew me to Miami Beach. And, you know, I realized that we're looking for compromise. I realized that that's a part of the work that we do. And for instance, I went back and looked at, you know, the Toledo, the Ritz-Carlton, where, you know, there's an added on portion. And yet, you know, unlike the Shore Club and the Setai, and this is my own personal opinion, so it's no slam to anyone that feels otherwise, but it doesn't impose on the experience. And even though I realize everything that we are trying to achieve here is about compromise, I'm a little bit, you know, it's not easy. It's not easy. I do appreciate so much that the applicant is giving. I do appreciate, and some of the public participants touched on this, that, you know, we're removing the current Grossman additions and Grossman facades on the Richmond and the South Seas. It'd be nice to know that those original Art Deco features were still intact rather than we were recreating them. We don't know that. And that was it's a hard call, right? I mean, you have the Melvin Grossman components that are existing, and then you have, you know, the Murray Dixon components that we don't know if they're there or not if we're creating them. But I guess skipping to the chase, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I want to say that when push comes to shove, this is the fourth time this discussion has come in front of us. And this is the hard part for me to say. And I do want to also add that so many of the participants from the public who I know have served as either, you know, public servants on the board, Herb Sosa and Jane Gross, and, I mean, there was a lot of great input, and I think a lot of that input touched on things I was already feeling. In particular as well, Mr. Tandy, who supported the project, but one of the key words, and I wrote it down, is about harmonizing. Yes, we're not tasked with maintaining a snow globe of a historic district. I agree with that, even though it would be nice if they could stay pristine, beautiful, vibrant, and viable, in their pristine state. But I have to come back to that word harmonize. And I want to connect that to my frustration. Again, I've been vigorously engaged in all 4 of these meetings. I think, again, and I've stated this before, that consensus is so important. I think this board, I'm so proud with the work we've been able to do as a board and to be able to contribute to that in terms of building consensus. I really, I respect so much all that each of the other board members bring to the dialogue. But now with this latest version of the proposal and what I believe I've heard in 3 different discussions at the board, and I remember it like it was yesterday, I think it was the second discussion, the first public hearing, Nancy had I think she had enough and said, okay, we're going to go back, you're going to look at the height, and we're going to go from there. And so again and again, I've gotten new proposals, and I'm not going to say that the applicant hasn't done a lot. They have. They've done a tremendous amount of great work on this project. But what's stunning to me is, from what I can see, first of all, the height hasn't moved. And again, I already stated my concern to the text amendment. You would think that there would be middle ground, leeway to moderate the height. And I'm concerned that there's been none. I've seen these little cutouts and step backs, which weren't my understanding of the big issue. Yes, from the north and south elevations, they make the building more interesting. From the east and the west, the presentation is pretty much the same. And beyond that, now we've shifted the building further north towards the Raleigh, which was, big concern to begin with, and further to the west. And I realize, Scott, and I respect you, I know that you had your own concerns with the east view from day one. And again, harking back to the extreme importance and value of this skyline, of the experience. And I see that more, from Collins Avenue. And so for the building to shift further towards the north, towards the Raleigh, to get fatter, to me, that only makes it worse, not better. And I'm sorry that everyone is going to be tremendously frustrated at this point, but frankly, I don't understand why there's been no adjustment, not even a token gesture of moderating the height. I don't understand it. And frankly, I was very disappointed with that component of the new application. And not only is it closer to the Raleigh, not only is it being, to the north, not only is it being fattened, shifted a little bit to the west, but the height hasn't been moderated at all. And this is hard to say. It's hard to say. I want this project to proceed. I want the developer, the applicant, for investing in these, these jewels of Miami Beach. I want them to be successful. And yet at the same time, I don't feel, as a board member, I feel it's my responsibility to speak up where we can to try to find a proper middle ground that serves everyone, and with the height of these buildings. And frankly, to me, it's no surprise that the public has come out as they have for this meeting, because that's their experience. That's their experience of this incredible ensemble of historic buildings in this district is the skyline. That's what everyone's going to see from everywhere in Miami Beach. And so, for the public to show a level of discomfort with the compatibility and again the harmony of how this tower relates to the historic contributing buildings, it's not a surprise. And frankly, having gone through this discussion 4 times, I'm really just surprised that we haven't seen any give on the height whatsoever. Sorry to say it, but that's the way I feel, and I feel it's my responsibility. I think we can do better. You have 3 joint lots. Certainly there are opportunities. There's opportunities to use the applicant's FAR. There's portions of the contributing buildings that are being removed, that are eliminating FAR, that's being reapplied, presumably towards the height of this building. There are opportunities. And I think, for me, it's a compromise to find a middle ground, where you see this tower at all amongst this pristine ensemble of historic structures. That's a compromise I'm willing to make, but not to put a tower that is so dramatically high that, we can make an effort to moderate it. We can make an effort to bring it more in line, even if you see it, even if it's a prominent component of the skyline. I do believe it's not unreasonable that we can find a compromise to moderate the height, whereby the applicant can still, make back their investment. I think there's plenty of opportunities that have not been explored about where that FAR can go. I understand, again, Scott, you put your own constraints of not wanting this to move east. I don't want it to move west. I don't want it, to overshadow those historic buildings. To me, that's my job. That's what I'm tasked to do from my own perspective, sitting on the HPB. And I just have to believe, I'd love to stamp this and move it forward. I think that, the applicant, again, has done tremendous work, but I wouldn't be doing my job just to push it forward because, again, we haven't worked with the height at all. And as I recall, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that we've vigorously discussed this at every single meeting. And yet every time I get a new application, an update, the height hasn't moved. And I don't understand it. Last point I want to make, which has to do with the hotel use. And this is, an afterthought. It's something, again, I've mentioned at every single meeting. As I understand it, this whole discussion, the text amendment was predicated on the idea of the risk of the Raleigh being turned into condominium use. And so, as I understand it, not only, from the city perspective, but from the applicants themselves, this whole proposal of the condo tower, the additional height was predicated on this desire to keep the Raleigh as hotel use. And yet, again, it's my understanding, and I asked staff or our city attorney to maybe chime in on this because I think it should be definitively stated. From what I understand, the applicant had showed a willingness to commit to maintaining the Raleigh as hotel use, but it's my understanding that for whatever reason that we're unwilling to include that in the order as a requirement for this building. And I'd like to discuss that just for a second, because I think it's important given that this entire dialogue was predicated on hotel use for the Raleigh. And it's something that you mentioned as well, Rick, not in those specific words, but in terms of, an accessible component, which you don't necessarily get with the condo use. And I do want to qualify, but I would like to hear staff's response or the city's attorney in particular, but I want to qualify that the applicant has told me, well, we're designing this as a hotel, right? The rooms are set up as hotel use. In order for us to change it, we would need to go back to the HP, right? To change the configuration of the rooms. And yet, if the statement is that it's beyond the HP's purview to commit to a use, then presumably if it did come back with a requested change to condominium use, then at that point as well, it would be beyond the HP's purview to require that. And yet here would be this tower, however tall it is, that was predicated on that. So I would like to have just a little bit more clarification on how that works. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Kirk.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to respond to Mr. Pascal's questions?
I have some questions for you as well after what you say.
Okay, so you are correct that the applicant has proffered to maintain the Raleigh portion of this site as a hotel use. Staff's initial concern with requiring the hotel use in the order was, like was stated, the Historic Preservation Board does not have jurisdiction over use, nor does the Historic Preservation Board have jurisdiction over non-public interior spaces, such as the guest rooms, the interior portions of the guest rooms. So, if a permit came through to reconfigure the guest rooms and make them larger, potentially into residential units, that wouldn't require, unless there were other changes associated with it, going back to the board. The Historic Preservation Board, for example, does not review change of use applications. You will never get an application for a certificate of appropriateness to change the use of a project. That being said, I do understand your concerns, and I do understand the significant public benefit of having the public portions of the Raleigh as hotel use that would be open to the public for food and beverage and for hotel guests. So, I am more than happy to work with our city attorney's office. Nick and I have also discussed this offline because we did understand the importance of this to the board and to the community as a whole. And the applicant, again, has proffered to do this. So there could be maybe a mechanism, and Nick will correct me if I'm wrong, where we could craft something in the order that would require any change of use to come back to the board, not for approval, because you don't have the authority to approve or deny a permitted use, but for a progress report, so that they would be brought in front of the board. They'd be required to give a presentation outlining the reasons why. But Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, that would be if we were requiring hotel use and subsequent they wanted to change the use to residential, the board at that time would not have the authority to deny a permitted use.
Right. Thank you, Debbie. Yeah, the issue here is that the HPB's criteria isn't really tailored towards the uses within the projects that you approve. You have the authority to impose conditions on your decisions, on your approvals. So, and that authority is pretty general. But the issue with this would be you don't have jurisdiction over the uses in a particular project. So if you included a condition in your order that the project would be, that the approval is limited to a hotel use, or that the only use that permitted to operate here would be a hotel use and accessory uses to a hotel. That decision could not, under our code, be supported by a criteria-based analysis the way your other decisions are, the way that your decisions would be on the basis of design. So it puts us in a little bit of almost a state of limbo for you to approve or require that a certain use operate on the property when you don't have criteria to do so. And if let's say the applicant down the road were to come back before you to seek a modification of that condition, it would be unclear what criteria would apply to that change. And as Debbie said, I'm not sure that you'd have the authority to deny a change of use that was otherwise permitted in the district. That's the reason why we've recommended omitting a use condition from this order.
Mr. Chair, could I ask one follow-up question? Okay. So my question then, just so I'm clear, and thank you so much, Nick and Debbie, because again, it was my understanding that this whole dialogue was predicated on this desire to incentivize the renovation of the Raleigh. And I want to ask a follow-up question because, this really started at the commission level, right? And so would the commission not have the authority as well? I was not at the hearing where the commission discussed this, but was the intent of providing the bonus up to a certain amount of height? Was it not at the commission level predicated on the same ideas that it's coming before us as? And is there no leeway there to try to make it happen the way that it was intended to have it assured?
Kirk, that's a good question. I don't have the ordinance in front of me, but I can pull it. Debbie, do you remember if it was limited to hotels?
So there have been text amendments in the past that have been conditioned upon a particular use. That was not the case with the Raleigh text amendments. It is something that can be put, and probably the most appropriate mechanism for requiring a specific use in order to get the additional height would be in the RM3 development regulations. That was not put in as part of this particular text amendment. However, I think it is something that this board, as a recommending body, could issue a formal recommendation to the mayor and city commission for them to consider amending the previous text amendment to put in a hotel use as a requirement for the existing contributing building. So in addition to that, because that would be a recommendation only, I think we could work, and Nick and I have spoken with this, with a condition in any order that approves the project that requires the owner to come back as a progress report. So not to come back as a formal application requesting a change of use, but to come back to the board to introduce and explain to the board and to members of the public, because this would be, be a standard Historic Preservation Board meeting, the change of use. And at that time, the board could discuss the project, but could not alter in any substantial way the approval. The planning board, I know, has done this, and even the Historic Preservation Board, we have had conditions in the past for progress reports if a certain threshold has been met. So if there were to be a change of use, I think it would be appropriate for the owner to introduce that change of use to the board at a hearing. And in the meantime, if as a separate item, you would like to make a recommendation to the mayor and commission that they consider supplementing the text amendment with a hotel use, that is also perfectly appropriate to do.
Kirk, this is on behalf of the applicant. I'd just like to add to this pro-offer conversation that's going on. I understand your frustration and many frustration over the use of a hotel, which we have committed to, and we have no issues with keeping it a hotel. It's not being proposed to be altered in any way that would make it conducive for residential use. That has been the premise from the beginning, because it's a combination. You have the tower with the residential, just like you do at the Satai, just like you do at the Canyon Ranch, at the Four Seasons. You have the hotel component and you have the residential component. They work together. And those who usually have a unit in those kind of complexes need and want the hotel amenities as part of their lifestyle. And if you don't, you live in a building that's strictly condo. The one thing I would, if the city attorney would be in agreement, we have no issue offering a covenant based on these approvals, entering a covenant with the city that the Raleigh Hotel will remain a hotel use structure as long as, linked to these approvals. Obviously, if we didn't get an approval or the approvals were dismissed, then the covenant would be linked to that approval. So we have no issue working with the city on a covenant that we would agree to do. We offer to do, because you can't require us to do it, but we're offering, and we have been offering since the beginning. This should be a hotel.
Okay, thank you, Alfredo. Debbie, are you finished what you were going to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond briefly to Alfredo's comments. I do think, and I'll let Nick, if he joins us, to comment on this, but I do think a restricted covenant is probably the more appropriate legal mechanism for this type of restriction. So I would be supportive of the applicant entering into a restricted covenant for the hotel use of the Raleigh. I think that is actually more protective than a condition in your order. So I just wanted to let you know that I support that.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. I'd like to try to get to the crux of the matter because I've heard everyone speak, and I'm, as the principal, I guess you'd call me the antagonistic one. I'm willing, as I always have been, and I stated this at the last meeting, to compromise on the height. I think that's the crucial thing. That's something Kirk has mentioned, Scott has mentioned, Barry had mentioned, a goodly number of the board members had mentioned. I would like to propose the following in order to bring us all together and make let everyone get something out of this and not leave the table with nothing. I think this is an important project. It preserves 3 of the most important buildings in Miami Beach. Yet we do have total control over the height issue. That's something that some of our board members seem to be, I don't know, they appear to be snowed under with that subject because the architect has only presented something that's 18 stories high and has not made any effort, as Kirk said, to reduce that. I would like to offer a compromise that would make possibly everyone happy. The Raleigh, as I see it, is approximately, the hotel is 8 to 10 stories high. It may have 8 floors, and then the upper part is another 2 stories or so. As we can control the height, I would like to propose that we would make a motion to state that we approve the restoration and preservation of the hotel properties as they exist and put a cap height limit on the condo not to exceed the height of the Raleigh Hotel. The reason I'm saying that is that would give the developer a chance to build a building on his site. It would scale back the megalithic size of the tower and give the developer something, give the preservationist something, and we should all be able to walk away from the table happy. I know I cannot support, and it seems, I know that Barry couldn't, and it sounds as though Kirk wouldn't, and maybe another person wouldn't support the idea of giving the developer basically everything he wants with a 200-foot building. That's not acceptable to me, period. And I've said that many times. But in order that his project not overshadow the historic buildings and are in harmony with them, I would like to have a discussion on my suggestion to bring us all together. I don't want us to go away with contrary viewpoints on this, that somebody won and somebody lost. I think we can all win on this if everybody gives something. And that's, I think, our job is to compromise, as has been said by several of the board members. So I'd like to throw that out for some discussion, please.
Jack, can I ask you?
Sure. Welcome, Nancy.
You are, yeah, it's been a long time since we started. At least 3.5 hours already.
This building's going to be here for 100 years. It's well worth the time we spend on it.
That's fine. Tell me again, 18, take it down from 18 to?
Well, to a height that does not overwhelm the Raleigh, like 10 or 12 stories, something like that.
I cannot go along with the thought of reducing it so it matches the Raleigh. That's not what this is about.
I'm not saying matching, I'm saying overwhelming. There's a difference.
Matching. I say matching the original building. I think if you want to do this, you would maybe think about the number you're using and make it halfway. Let's see what that does.
Halfway is 9 stories.
No. Half of the amount that you're trying to get rid of. It's 18 now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go halfway with the 18.
From 18 to what?
That's what I'm asking you. Find a middle ground in there so that you're not making it look like it is part of the Raleigh.
12 stories.
12. So we're talking about 6, getting rid of 6 stories?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I won't agree with you. I want to be on your side. I want everyone to walk away with something.
Can I interject?
Sure.
So in terms of the ensemble, as we're referring to it, right? Raleigh from Lincoln Road to 18th Street, I believe the Shelbourne is the tallest, correct? Debbie, do you know? And I believe the Shelbourne is 13 stories, is that correct?
171 feet.
I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, that's where we're starting. That's the baseline as I see it. Is that correct, Debbie? 170 stories?
I don't know where he's measuring to. If they're, typically when we measure height, we measure to the roof. And I think some of their numbers, because they did provide a lot of information regarding adjacent heights, are to like the tallest architectural projections. So it's hard to say, Alfredo, I don't know if Kobe can chime in terms of the height, the roof height of the Shelbourne, or is that to the architectural top of the architectural projection?
It's 171 feet to the architectural projections, as these old historic buildings used to have cupolas, and Kobe is there and he could reconfirm that as well.
Yeah, hi guys. Thank you for the conversation. Yeah, the height of the Shelbourne, meaning the original Igor Polovetsky building, is about 175 feet to the upper roof. It has that big S that was added on. So in context, the Shelbourne is about 175 feet. 170 feet to 175 feet would be the measurement that I would apply to the Shelbourne.
Yeah, I mean, to clarify, from my intent, I certainly didn't want to refer to the top of the S. I wanted to refer to the massing of the actual structure and not any additional projections on the top, because I think that's what we're talking about for the new building, correct?
Correct, Kirk. And I would look at the Shelbourne as 170 feet, because there's multiple roofs there. But to the best of my understanding, it is 170 feet.
So what do you think, Jack? Is that like a middle ground? I mean, is that a way we can move forward in the rest of the board, or is...
If I can make a suggestion based on this discussion, right? Let's say that the Raleigh is at 200 feet, and let's just say that that the Shelbourne is at 170 feet. So the delta there is 30 feet, right? And so if you say, Kobe, why don't you chop down and bring it down from 200 midway to 185 feet to the roof, then I think I can work with that and find ways to work with staff on that.
That's only 15 feet less than you're already proposing.
But they've already taken off a lot.
Now, the top of the building, Nancy, is the same height as it's always been. The very top of the building.
Well, they took off sides.
But that's not the height. That's what I object to. 12 stories would be the ideal. Whatever that works out in architect's feet, that would not overwhelm the Raleigh and would give you plenty of space.
The Raleigh is 127, Don't forget also, Jeff, to be fair to the Raleigh, we are removing the additions that were added onto it, right? We all want to.
I'm not talking about the Raleigh. I'm talking about the new tower. That's the crux of the problem.
Right.
I'm talking about the Raleigh.
Right.
I'm suggesting 12 stories. Any higher than that, you would see it, and you might as well have 18, as far as I'm concerned. The 18 is not acceptable. The 200 feet is not acceptable. Something that comes a little higher in the back than the Raleigh is currently would be acceptable. That's what I would put on the table. I would like you to accept that so we can move on and all be in agreement.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to hear from the rest of the board. I understand your position, your one vote. I'd like to hear the rest of the board and thank you.
Can I just interject? When you're talking about floors, I'd like to know what that translates into in terms of height to have this discussion, because I believe the floors on this proposed project are higher than they would be on the Shelbourne, right?
Good point. That's a good point, Kirk.
Kobe is going to answer the question. Thank you.
Okay.
What is the question?
Kobe, the question is very simple. They're asking about the floor to ceiling heights and what does this 15-foot reduction on the tower equate to? And if you could describe it to Board Member Pascal and the rest, that'd be great.
Sorry, I was on mute. Forgive me. So right now, my floors are about 10 feet clear. I have 11-foot top of slab to top of slab, and I have 12-inch slabs because we have the a greater thickness. So, what I was thinking is on the floors, I would reduce the height and then reduce the overall height of the building from the 200 down to the 190, 185 feet, which would bring me closer to the height of, the Shelbourne. So what I did is I reduced the overall massing of my upper floors, right? So if my building now has shrunk going east and west on the upper floors as well, meaning the upper 60% of the building was reduced from east to west. And then the upper two floors and the rooftop and the mechanical was also reduced in length and in size. So, Jack, to be fair to the project, that's kind of what the original inspiration of the Raleigh is. It kind of steps up and then you have the finial.
I understand that the question that is on the table is, if I'm suggesting 12 stories in your architect's parlance, what does that equate in feet?
12 stories, I cannot make it work, right? And so I would rather...
Please, for an uneducated person, tell me, what does 12 floors equate to in your feet, so I can have something to judge?
I would do it at 185 feet with 12 floors, when I look at the building. Right now, I have 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have 16 residential plates, right?
Yeah, but if you're talking 185 feet, that's only 15 feet less than what you have now.
It is 15, but it's not only 15, it's 15 with the stepping back effect, right, Jack? So
the point. That's not the point, sir. The point is, of the total height, what is being reduced? And you're offering 15 feet, which will not do it for me.
Got it.
It's the same.
Could we hear from the rest of the board on what their opinion is?
Excuse me, I'm speaking. It's the same as chipping away 30 feet on the corners. That's a token amount that doesn't do anything related to the height, and that's what we're here to discuss. So if you cannot come substantially down in height, which this board controls, I cannot go along with it. My other board members should chime in at this point. We have an open book.
If you let us, we will.
All right, Nancy?
think I can't tell, but I think he is offering you a fair middle of the road solution, not where you may want it higher. Some of us might want it lower. Let's see if we can come to a middle road as a board.
I agree
not
with
just
you.
you.
I agree with you, but 15 feet from what they have now is not acceptable.
Okay, to you. Let's see what everybody else
Let's
says.
talk to everybody. Kirk?
Well, I mean, again, I'm feel like I would be relatively comfortable with the height of the Shelbourne. I mean, that's an adjacent tower that's positioned similarly to the proposed tower. And so to me, you know, that sort of sets the baseline for harmonizing with the rest of the neighborhoods.
What's that number?
I believe, and I'd like staff to confirm it, but I'm being told it's 170 feet. Not to the top of the S, to the top of the actual structure.
So, Kirk, that sounds approximately correct. I cannot confirm that without measure drawings to the roof level. So since we do not have those, it sounds in line with the height of the Shelbourne, but I wouldn't be able to confirm the exact height at this point.
So for my part, that's where I'm comfortable with, that it would harmonize appropriately with the rest of the historic district.
Okay, Max?
I don't have a specific number in mind. I would like, as you know, as we're going through this, just to make sure that we flesh out with any reduction, are there any assumptions coming with that, so we know kind of what are the parameters that we're going with. But if we're choosing, you know, if we want the specificity of a number, I would go with the Shelbourne height as well.
Okay, thank you. Rick?
Thank you. I think another consideration for establishing a criteria for the height might be the visibility of the tower from across the street. And I was looking through Kobe's drawings. I think I had seen it somewhere, but I can't find it right now. A kind of sight line. I think this is often used for other projects, a sight line from across the street, looking over the cornice of the existing hotels, you know, to the cornice of the new building. And from that line extending upward, you know, whatever other, you know, the head of the building, setbacks. But I think that we should distinguish between the overall height of the building and the kind of main cornice line of the building. Because, you know, those step backs do make a big difference. And rather than just throwing numbers out there kind of arbitrarily, I mean, I think it is a good idea to refer to neighboring structures. But, you know, since the way that we perceive these heights, you know, particularly from the street, is in perspective and through a line of sight, we might use that to guide us.
Thank you, Rick. Let's see, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, any decrease in height is a good thing here. You know, as far as how far you're gonna go down, I mean, I can leave it to you guys to, I mean, I like the idea of harmonizing it with adjacent properties is good. But just keep one thing in mind, it's more than just a matter of lowering the height. If you do that, you know, obviously this board would still want to see if the footprint of the building is going to be changed, if the location of the building may be changed, because you could lower the height, but if it does push back more toward the east, something that I may not be in favor of. So, you know, I want to see what's being proposed rather than just say, yeah, you know, lower the height and we're going to approve it.
I agree. Who hasn't spoken? I guess, okay. How about, let me throw this out then. How about something to the effect that the tower would be the height of the main body of the Shelbourne or less? Because we don't have the height, we don't have floor heights, we don't have any details, but at least it would not be larger than the main body of the Shelbourne.
Mr. Chair, if you like, I know there was a lot of comments made regarding what would be acceptable. We could have Kobe go through on what would be a compromise, if you want to say, that would work for the applicant.
Sure, that's important. Yeah, obviously.
And I mean, unless I think every other board member has already discussed the latest proposal. Kobe, are you muted? Are you there?
I'm here. Look, I would like to agree to it, but it's like Jack said in the beginning. It's a settlement, and for me to feel Jack, I will. And look what Pascal said. Right now, what I know about the Shelbourne, black and white, it's 175 feet. And look, I said 185 feet. For me, the mechanical and the heights of the spaces is important. So I would like it to be at the same elevation as you're saying of the Shelbourne, right? But I would like you to please meet me in the middle. That's what I would like, because I need some height in there, Jack, for the building, and I would very much appreciate it. That's all. And to answer what my dear friend said, I want to keep the shape of the building that I've submitted to you, right? I want to keep the 15, 15, and 15. So I'm begging you for that. Thank you.
And as far as the line of sight, yes, this would well exceed. Okay, this would well exceed the line of sight. If you look at our renderings that you all have, the current 200-foot tower is barely visible.
Yes,
and remember, it is set back 290 feet, unlike the Shelbourne. It's much closer to the street.
Yes, sir.
So
yeah,
it would well over exceed the code requirement of line of sight.
Yeah. The sky, Jack, and also Kirk and everybody. When Igor Polovetsky built the Shelbourne, it is stepped back, right, behind the Raleigh. We are stepped even further back, if you will, from the Collins right away. And that's why I'm begging you to take that into consideration, to be a little bit taller than the Shelbourne, and it would help the building and the design. That's all I have to say about it.
Thank you.
Yes,
Again, I would repeat the same thing. I don't think it's that complicated. I think the total height, mechanical equipment, elevators, tower, anything you want to add shall not be higher than the main body of the Shelbourne.
Jack, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Why are you so set on matching the Shelbourne? The
Well,
Shelbourne is a place on its own.
Yeah.
It was built years ago.
Yeah.
Why are we trying to match the height?
We're just trying to get a benchmark. I suggested 12 floors, and they didn't pick up on that. I just don't want something that overshadows, overwhelms the Raleigh that we all want to love and preserve. That's all I want.
Fine. So if we did what the architect is suggesting, how much higher is that going to make this project? I guess I'd like to hear Kobe's answer.
Nancy, this is Kobe. What Kirk was, explaining is that he would like the height, right, of the overall building to go down. So I heard what was discussed about the Shelbourne. So if the Shelbourne was at 170 feet and I was at 200 feet, so the delta is 30 feet. I took that and I cut it in half. And I said, I will go to 185, which is a midpoint between the Shelbourne and the building.
Too high.
And
I think you said 180. That sounded better. I think that's what you said.
180 is the number I put on the table. And it is a good luck number. But the point of the matter is that I wanted to give consideration to what Kirk was saying, because I've met all of his comments on preservation and restoration and so forth, and on the hotel terminology. So that's where I came across on. That's all I I think that Kirk's request there was relevant, and that's why I addressed it and I agreed to bring it down.
So,
can we see if we have some support for that kind of number instead of just keep talking about it?
Kirk, would that address your concerns?
Did you repeat that,
please? I'm sorry, what did you say?
I asked if you could repeat that, please.
Yes, sir.
Me?
You mean, yeah.
Did you hear?
Well,
I suggested that we use the number 180 as a kind of a good compromise.
That's only 2 stories less than what they're doing now, Nancy.
If I could make a suggestion to the board, I think it might be helpful, and Rick kind of alluded to this. If you look at the plans, instead of just trying to create a number out of the air, if you can look at the plans, I think what's helpful is if you go to B. Now this is in the full set of drawings. B4-A5.00. That's where you see the line of sight. And that shows from Collins Avenue at the pedestrian level, what portions of the building are visible. So, B4-A5.00. So it's toward the end. It's toward the back of the package. Now, there, I think you'll be better able to make an informed decision instead of just picking out a number. From that drawing, and you can look through the other line of sights. I just landed on this particular one. It looks like in this particular view, if they took off about 15 feet, and I'm not saying that's your number, but this is just how we can evaluate, what height we can settle on. It looks like if they took out approximately 15 feet, that it would be completely out of this particular view, completely gone, right? And in part, that's because those upper floors, Kirk, to your earlier point, on the west side are still stepped back. So the west side, even though it did increase at the lower levels, the upper levels on the west side did not project further west. So I think if the board wants to kind of look through that and come up with a recommendation based on what this is really going to look like, how it's going to impact the existing historic buildings as well as the surrounding historic district, that would probably be a better exercise than just, trying to come up with a magic number.
Okay, Debbie, if you look on page B4-A5.01, that I think shows very clearly the relationship of.
But that is not a view that you will ever see, right? That's a section drawing.
I understand that, but for height of the building, it's a fairly good representation of the overall height.
Correct. It needs to be pointed out that is not something that any human would ever perceive.
I understand that, but I'm talking about the height of the pinnacle of the Raleigh should not be overwhelmed by anything in the new tower. If you look at the level 13 or 14, that is as far as I think we should go. If he's cutting off 20 feet from the top of the building, you might as well keep the building the way it is as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. And again, then I would like to hear from the other board members. I understand, I respect Nancy's position, Jack's position. I'd like to hear, I guess, maybe
Rick and Scott.
Kirk and the rest.
Yeah. Rick?
Yes. Well, I think that just to reiterate, I do think that reducing the height a little bit is good. I think that the line of sight is a kind of, it puts you in the role of the pedestrian, in the public realm. I think like Debbie mentioned, the building section that shows the height, the difference of height doesn't take into account the fact that it's set back a couple hundred feet. So, I'm looking at it from the point of view of the perception of the ensemble from the public realm, from the sidewalk. And I think that might be a good guide.
Okay. Max?
I agree. I wish I had given my first answer after Rick. I think that's a more useful frame of reference than coming up with an absolute number. I think the reason that we're in this situation is because the only concrete number that's out there is the 200 from the text amendment, and that this discussion defines why coming up with what's less than that is a challenge, what that point is. But I support using the criteria of the view for what that height should be.
Thank you. So Debbie,
Oh wait, we haven't heard from Kirk.
Oh, Kirk, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. I mean, from the way I'm looking at it, again, in terms of compatibility with regard to the Richmond and the South Seas, this tower is going to be way taller than those two. And in that regard, I look at it as a compromise. But from what I'm looking at, it looks like the top two floors come out to 24 feet and 8 inches. Is that correct? So in my mind, if you reduce the height by those top two floors, you're down at about 175, unless I'm incorrect on that. And from my perspective, I mean, Jack, I'd love to see board consensus on this because it's an important project. And I have to think, I mean, we all know and appreciate that this is a compromise. But to me, I mean, that seems like, a reasonable middle ground. There's no point in cutting off a half floor where it doesn't make sense with the building design. And again, based on the ratios and sizes of the current design, again, I'm seeing 24 feet, 8 inches, unless I'm incorrect, Kobe.
Kirk, this is Kobe. I think you are correct. And if you look at the page that Debbie has pointed out, B4A 5.00, specifically due to the stepping back of the building, and specifically if we set it back to 185 feet, you will have cleared that angle, not only from the public right away, but also from behind the Raleigh. So having said that, whether it's what Nancy says, 180 feet, or what I propose, 185, those are the numbers that you need to make it work at in order to clear the sight line and not have anything visible there from the rooftop. Because not only is the building pushed back more than the text amendment, when the building was on text amendment, we were 200 feet back setback. Now we are 294 feet set back from Collins Avenue. Therefore, your reduction in height of the 15 feet or the 20 feet is proportional. You are taking it as the angle. And the angle is what makes the big difference, because you can clearly see it on that page 500. You can see how the 15 or the 20-foot reduction is substantial there. I know to meet the Jack requirements, because also the building is set back more. It's set back substantially more than the Shelbourne, which is 170 or 175 feet. That's why I proposed 185. And if you want to go with the 180 that Nancy proposed, but I think that anything lower than that is not as good, Jack. So I beg of you to please consider it on this. I think that what Kirk has proposed and what everybody else is proposing, I think this will be a very good settlement for all of us, please.
I think, just to clarify, you were saying 185. I think I was proposing 175. I mean, 15 feet is not that much. I mean, again, that's what I figure would be a compromise on a compromise, and everyone can feel that we did our best. Kobe, Jack.
Kirk, that's why you proposed 175 and I was at 185, correct?
Correct.
And that's why I said, let's take everybody, and I agree with you, to have the compromise and take Nancy's terminology and Jack's terminology and just call it 180 and call it a day.
175 sounds much better.
At 180, we're able to reduce the overall size of the building without impacting any of the other incentives that we've provided on the project regarding the historic, regarding the setbacks from the beach.
We're going back again to the quid pro quo thread.
No, we're not going back. I disagree. That's not true. We're not going to a quid pro quo. I'm explaining to you that you want us to reduce the height of the building, and still a building that could be approved today, because without having to redo all the plans. We're telling you what we could reduce it to without creating a new application.
I like Kirk's number of 175 feet total.
Nancy, Nancy's talking. Nancy, you're on mute. If you can unmute. Still on mute.
Okay, I'm muted. I said that I think a difference of 5 is nonsense. Let's go with the 180. And instead of sitting here all day, I think we need to hear from the other people who are here. Kirk has made himself very clear. Jack has made himself very clear. I'm trying to make myself clear. Now let's hear from the rest of them.
Okay.
I'll jump in.
And Rick, I don't know, Scott,
I'll jump in. As I said before, Nancy, any decrease in height is good. So I'm good. The more you come down, I'm still good with the project. And let me just say to Alfredo, your biggest opponent on this board was Jack. Jack seems to be on board now with 175. I think you'd get all of us to go along with 175. So, I mean, you really need to take that into consideration.
Oh, I have to try. Am I on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I seem to remember the last time we sat here for hours, we had 4 people who were in favor of the way it was. So I'd like to hear from the people who were favorable, not the ones that we've heard from.
We've heard from everybody, Nancy. We just heard from everybody.
Now, you haven't heard from the other people since you started this compromise with the numbers. We heard from them, everybody spoke, but now we're trying to come to a firm, where is everybody? If it be 175, I would have to go along with it, but I don't know.
Now, 175.
It's on your table. It's not on everybody's table yet.
Mr. Chair, if I could just chime in just to kind of try and wrap this up. So I think one of the reasons why Kobe is asking for the 180, and I don't mean to put words in the applicant's mouth. I think if they could reduce the building down to 180, they could make the project work as it is today, including the west setback, the east setbacks, the stepping of the building, and the proximity of the building to the Raleigh property and pool. Once you, and it sounds like a very small amount, but once you reduce that 180 down to 175, because of the amount of square footage they're going to lose, because of it's going to be 2 floors instead of 1 floor, that square footage the applicant is likely going to recoup or want to recoup somewhere else on the site. And that may mean the previous compromise of shifting everything eastward, that may end up going away. And maybe the building gets a little bit fatter, or maybe it gets a little bit closer. I think that's why you're hearing that there's such a difference between the 180/185 and the 175. From looking at the plans, the 180, in my opinion, I think they could reconfigure things so that it would work in its current form, just shorter. Once you start going down to 175, I would, in my experience, expect the applicant to come back and say, well, we need to recoup that square footage elsewhere. And then it's going to spread out on the site more, which may, again, be a concern for Scott. If it goes to the east, Kirk is concerned about the west, and so is staff. So I just wanted to put that out there for everyone to understand, because I think that helps inform the decision.
Debbie, but
this is Kobe. I agree with Debbie on that.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, Kobe. But one thing I will repeat again, and it doesn't seem to sink in. We have total control over height, and our purpose here is to make it smaller, not fatter, not a bigger footprint, not making up, as has been said several times. If we reduce the height, they will make it up elsewhere. I don't want it made up elsewhere. I want the building smaller. And if you want to go back to 200 feet, we can have a vote and vote against it. But I'm trying to compromise so we can all vote yes. 175 is a good number. 170 is even a better number. But I don't know what to tell you. He's continually inching it up again.
No, we're not inching it up.
180, 200 to 180 is not a big reduction, Kobe.
It is a big reduction when you consider all the other massing reductions we did from the east and the west. When you take it as a totality, it is a reduction. So we respectfully request this board to move and support a 180, and we will leave everything else, covenant that we've requested, everything else that we've offered is on the table. We're not changing anything. We're not asking for another condition. We're asking for an approval at 180 and capping it at 180, so we don't have to redo the plans again. So
okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we approve the 180 and take a vote on it and see what happens. If you want to make it a straw vote, let's make it a straw vote so we don't just trap ourselves.
Okay, let me ask a question of Debbie, which has been asked of me. Debbie, is there a way that this can be delayed until all board members are present?
We have a motion and a second on the table, Mr. Chair, so we do need a vote. If the board wishes to continue, if the motion fails and the board wishes to continue the item, you can continue the item. However, you can't force a continuance at this point. Another motion would have to be made.
I just like to ask for clarification. Was the motion a straw poll, or was it a motion to approve?
I think it'd be wise to do a straw poll at the moment, because once we vote the other way, we might be disconnected.
Okay. So then the motion, which was seconded, was to do a straw poll on the question of whether to approve the certificate of appropriateness at a reduced height of 180 feet for the new addition. Debbie, would you like to call a roll? Call the roll, and I would ask that each member just say yay or nay as to whether you would approve at the reduced height of 180 feet.
Sure. Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
No.
Okay, so now what do we do? Can we make it a regular motion? We have to do it again?
You can make another motion to approve based on your comments before, and any additions to staff's comments, or just with staff's?
I have a comment. I have an addition to any potential motion.
You don't have, until we take care of this motion, you have no motion.
No, that's not true. There's no motion been stated, Nancy.
There's no motion on the table right now.
I have an addition to any motion that may be brought up. If any project is approved, the grantee needs to ensure the board and the city, and put up a bond if necessary to ensure us that the historic buildings will be restored first. Because we have had constant issues here with projects starting, historic buildings being stripped down to their core bones and then left for years because either the developer doesn't have the money, didn't have the will, or changed his mind. And we need to make sure that these historic buildings are preserved first. That's our primary interest, not our secondary interests. It's not the tower that we're concerned about being completed. It's preserving the historic building.
All right, can I make a new motion, please? I would like to make the motion that we accept the 180 feet and that we are ensured with what Jack just said, that the historic buildings begin the process at the beginning.
A point of question. I'm sorry.
Did we just go through a straw poll and not have the votes for this to pass? I'm confused.
Wait. The straw poll said that we're going to do 170. That's what was voted.
No, it was 180.
That was the straw vote. Now we have to make another vote to make it a permanent vote. And I'm trying to say that we should add to the issue of the 170 feet, the 180 feet, the 170, no. Whatever the footage was, that we add the covenant that the historic buildings become the first in the ground.
Okay, I think we need to clarify, maybe have a little discussion on that issue, because that can mean a lot of things. I mean, is the board suggesting that a final building permit be issued for the restoration of the historic building before construction may begin on the new addition, or is the board suggesting that the restoration be completed before the construction of the new addition begin?
My intent was not to wait till it's completed, but that it shows good faith that they're breaking ground on the historic buildings. I think some people are worried that they're only going to see the tower and they'll never see the Rowley again. No matter what goes on, you're going to see those historic buildings. They are not going away. So therefore, we should include it that we would like them to begin the historic buildings first.
And for the record, I just, as the applicant on this, the staff has already included a requirement that the tower would never achieve a TCO unless the historic components are substantially completed. And if if you see these plans, this is not a separate tower that could operate like in some other sites and then ignore it. They have to work together. So we do agree with the condition that as staff already included in the draft order. So I think that addresses that concern.
And you could include the staff's statement into this motion.
Debbie, do you believe that addresses the issue?
And yeah, I mean, we took the board's concern, because it was previously stated, into consideration when we updated the draft order. I'll read the condition in. I'm open to modifications if some of the board members see fit. We are recommending that there shall be no TCO issued for the new residential tower portion of the project until the restoration, as approved by the board, of all contributing structures on the site is substantially complete. Staff will perform an inspection of the entire property to ensure substantial completeness of the approved restoration prior to the approval of any TCO for the new residential tower. So that is what staff is recommending. We could go further, Nancy, to what you were saying and include something regarding the order of permitting. However, I didn't initially include that because it's probably going to be permitted as one project. They're probably going to be permitted actually at the same time. And we didn't necessarily think that was as strong as putting in a requirement that the residential tower not be even considered for TCO until the restoration work is complete. And it's really the 4 structures.
That was not my intention. I just think the good faith has to be added to how we are doing this in the final motion that I made.
Debbie, why not just include that no TCO, excuse me, will be approved for the new residences until a TCO or CO, whatever it is approved for the Raleigh?
Well, my concern with that is that it may be the TCO may be the same. It may be one TCO for at least maybe not the Raleigh. We could probably do the Raleigh separate because it's going to be a separate use. But with the South Seas and the Richmond, which are connected to the residential building, I wanted all 4. Listen, there's 4 contributing buildings. We always forget about the little pool pavilion. I wanted to make sure that the 4 buildings are substantially completed before we would even entertain a TCO for the residential units. I, in my opinion, thought that was stronger. The work on the Raleigh is well underway. They have an active building permit for that. It had been delayed and installed. So in my opinion, we can put that in, Scott. I'm open to that the Raleigh TCO should be issued as well. I would just supplement the condition staff is recommending with that. I wouldn't remove staff's recommended condition.
Debbie, I think your benchmark is stronger. I think it requires staff to go out and make a determination, and ultimately planning may sign off on a TCO, but a TCO, I think there's a really fact intensive determination that staff's going to want to make on the restoration, and I think that benchmark is probably stronger.
I'll go with whatever the strongest is on your advice. I think you're right.
I'm still confused here because the way I saw it on the straw vote, you don't have 5 votes. So, can somebody clarify what we're doing here?
Yeah, Nancy, I think you may have misspoke. When you did the straw vote, that was to bring the height down to 180 feet. That's correct. What we voted on. Right. And it only had support of 4 of us. So if we do an actual formal motion now, I assume those votes will remain the same and it won't pass.
Is that true? I'd like to hear from because does that mean because we're missing one person that we cannot go forward until that person appears?
One board member? No, you have enough. You have a quorum, so you can approve the project today, even though a board member is absent.
But your straw vote, Nancy, only had the support of 4 members, and you would need 5.
Are you sure about that?
Unless one of the other board members corrects me, I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. That it was for 180 feet, and there were only 4 affirmative votes.
And who were the other votes?
I believe Jack and Kirk voted against.
Right. And those are, how can we do that if one person is absent? We're going with the majority of who voted.
You need 5 affirmative votes for this application. So maybe what Scott is alluding to is that the straw poll only yielded 4 affirmative votes. So but I don't know, Scott. I mean, that was before this discussion over the requiring substantial completeness of the restoration before the TCO could be issued for the new addition. So maybe the votes have changed since then.
Well, if Nancy wants to make another motion.
Right, Nick, one thing had nothing to do with the other as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
Can I maybe, I mean, my hope is that we all could vote unanimously in favor of the same proposal with 175, and I'm looking at you, Jack, because I'd like to move this forward.
Yeah.
We're having over 5 feet, but I think it's relevant. You know, I pushed you from 12, 13 stories to now, you know, I feel like that's a reasonable middle ground. I'm just hoping, and I'm asking you, Jack, before I move forward with the motion, but
wait, before you make, wait a minute.
175.
Before motion, should you want to hear from the applicant if that would even be acceptable before we take a vote? Or what we could,
certainly we'd like to hear from you.
I'd like Kobe to respond to see how, if we could even make 175 work under the submitted plans. Kobe?
With your permission, can I ask Scott a question?
Sure.
Scott, would you allow me for the first 15, instead of 15 feet, to go to 10 feet, meaning come back to the east 5 feet?
So you're talking about the first 10 floors moving, did you say 10 floors?
Yes, sir, to move the...
So you're talking about moving them 5 feet toward the east?
Yes, sir. Where right now I'm at 15. Instead of 15, would you allow me to be at 10, sir?
And the floors above that, are they going to remain where they are? In other words,
Yes,
floors 11 through whatever next 4 or 5 floors will be set back then about another 20 feet.
Yes, sir. Nothing changes above.
I'd be okay with that.
Okay, then I'm going to make the motion again.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion as well, Nancy, if you'd let me interject just for a minute.
Well, you know what my motion is. I have to remember it so long ago.
I'm assuming you're talking the same motion, 175 feet, including the setback discussion that Scott and Kobe just had.
Yes.
I would like to, in a friendly way, since everyone has agreed to this, to also make it contingent on locking in the hotel use for the Raleigh, as we discussed, Debbie, earlier.
I thought that was on there already.
Kirk, on that point, I had to step away from the meeting when you all had that discussion, but I understand that the applicant is willing to proffer a covenant restricting the use of the property to a hotel. Is that right?
Nick, we are not the property. We are in agreement to proffer a restricted covenant tied to this order that would require the Raleigh building to remain a hotel.
Okay.
So we would address everyone's concern about the hotel component by having a restricted covenant, and it's in place as long as the order is finally unappealable and actually used, which we intend to use immediately.
So Nancy, can I amend your motion to include that?
Sorry, Kirk, because this is important. The motion would be to you want to include that the board would be accepting the covenant, which is voluntary, on the part of the applicant, and then include the other condition that I know you were going to bring up.
I want to ensure that the covenant will have been executed as a condition to the approval.
Wait.
Right. The board is accepting. So, as a condition of the approval, the board has accepted a voluntary proffer by the developer. We will acknowledge that in the board order, and the covenant will be in a form, subject to the approval of the city attorney. As we do with any other board condition that needs to be implemented by covenant. Yeah.
And will include, I think you need to state that so we have it all together. It'll include the number of feet that's coming off.
175 feet maximum.
Right. Oh, okay.
So Nancy's motion, I second.
Just one clarification. We do have a motion in a second. So the 175 feet also includes the reduced step back on the east side that we were just discussing with Mr. Needleman, from 15 feet to 10 feet?
Yes, and everything else stays the same. So it's just shifting 5 feet the building. And then you still have a total of 40 something feet setback when you get to the top, and the 25 feet reduction in height. So that's going to also add to lesser impacts to the beach.
So the height, just to be clear, is 175.
The height is 175, and our setback now becomes 110 versus what's in the plans at 115. That's the only two differences that we are proposing. Everything else stays the same. So we're not getting fatter. We're not going west. We're just shifting 5 feet.
Okay, and then the only one that I'm adding is that the board is acknowledging and accepting the developer's voluntary covenant that the Raleigh will be used for hotel use only, and that the form of that covenant will be subject to the approval of the city attorney. I assume a hotel use and accessory uses to a hotel.
Right, it's a hotel and accessory uses for the Raleigh Historic Building.
Okay.
And we could work out the language and the timing that needs to happen, and subject to the order.
Okay, and then Debbie, I think, did you want to read in the since we have a motion on the table, did you want to read in that that condition one more time about requiring substantial completion of the restoration?
Sure. There shall be no TCO or CO issued for the new residential tower portion of the project until the restoration, as approved by the board, of all contributing structures on the site is substantially complete. Staff will perform an inspection of the entire property to ensure substantial completeness of the approved restoration prior to the approval of any TCO or CO for the new residential tower.
Correct.
Great.
Yeah, I still have a question, Nick. I'm sorry. When you refer to this covenant, you say that the HP accepts, but in the language, it doesn't sound like you're asking that the covenant shall be filed. There's no expectation from what I'm hearing in the wording. I understand that it's subject to acceptance by the city attorney, but the expectation is that the covenant will be filed as a condition. At least that's from my perspective. And I'm seeking your clarification because you're using the word accept, but it hasn't been executed yet. Right? I mean, it would be executed as
right. So what you're accepting is the proffer, and the covenant would need to be executed prior to the issuance of a building permit.
So that wording would be included in the order shall be executed as a
yes.
The building permit. Perfect.
Yes.
Fine with that. We support that.
Thank you.
We could go home.
Okay, do we have a motion?
That motion. You just heard it.
I second.
Okay, you want to have a roll call vote, Debbie?
Thank you. Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
No.
No?
Correct.
Thank you to the boards who voted yes. and I appreciate all the effort you guys did. Thank you.
Excuse me, Alfredo, we have one more motion. There's a variance that was requested. This is for the subterranean rear setback. I would need a motion and a second for the variance.
I'll move to approve the variance.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Lopez. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Liebman. Mr. Litt,
Yes.
Mr. Needleman,
Yes.
Mr. Pascal,
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
I said yes already, but I'll say it again.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, so that, did I get everyone? I think so, yes. That passes. The variance is approved. Okay, now we have concluded that application. And we're moving on to 550 Washington.
Debbie, before you move on, I don't want to forget about what I mentioned earlier about the whole process of text amendments and what, you know, the process, and maybe seeing a little bit more of what's being proposed before we even hear it. So I hope maybe you and Nick can maybe work on something, some kind of language, or, I mean, something to put into the city code governing that. Again, I don't know how we can go about that, but maybe you can talk it over.
Scott,
with Nick.
Let us work with each other internally and maybe come back to you with an update.
That's it.
The big, and I won't drag this out, but the biggest challenge with that issue is that when the city commission is sitting in its legislative capacity, it does not have the authority to approve specific projects. So I think that certain visuals like massing studies, you know, conceptual drawings can be helpful when the commission is considering changes to the regulations for a particular zoning district, but the city commission, you can't commit a developer to a particular design at the legislative stage. That is your purview, and that's why, you know, like for instance, the actions that the board took today reflected that, you know, that maybe, you know, the legislative change allowed for, you know, particularly with regard to height, allowed for more height than the board was comfortable approving. Within your authority as the HPB and within the scope of your certificate of appropriateness criteria, you have the authority to require design changes that include reductions to height, reductions in massing. So, just know that that's the challenge. That's the challenge, is you're talking about two different functions of the.
No, I just want to say we have that authority here, and we still went through four meetings and God knows how many meetings with the applicant. But the massing studies, drawings, and things like that are for us to look at before we recommend something to the commission. The commission wants to look at them, that's fine. But it's mainly for us so we can make a better informed recommendation to the commission.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can we move forward? Debbie, should we take a break now or do one or two more projects first?
We are quite behind our schedule, so if we need a break, I would recommend taking a 5-minute break. If not, we can move forward. It's up to the board.
How about taking a 5-minute break?
Okay, so we will see you back at 1:23.
What's coming up? What's
the next application is 550 Washington Avenue. Okay. Should be quick.
Welcome back to the afternoon session of the Historic Preservation Board. Debbie, would you introduce the next project, please?
Absolutely. The next application is HPB file 20-0380 550 Washington Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition and renovation of the existing building, including the construction of attached additions and modifications to the original public interior spaces, and a variance to exceed the maximum permitted building height. This is an existing building within the Ocean Beach Local Historic District. It is a contributing building. I'm going to be very brief in my presentation, but I am available for any questions, and our staff report does have a significant amount of detailed information. So the changes within the existing building, again, are you're seeing them because those are public interior portions. It's important to note that the existing building has very little original architectural features. We don't believe that the actual main body of the theater space was ever a highly ornate designed interior. However, in the corridor and within the lobby, there are several remaining features. One is the within that corridor leading from the entrance to the lobby space, the original poster boxes for the movie theater are still intact and do exist in the space within the main theater. Within the lobby space, excuse me. We do have some decorative plaster ceiling details as well as an original staircase element, handrails. So we are generally supportive of the interior changes that are proposed. We do have one comment with regard to the treatment of the corridor, which would, in staff's opinion, really obscure the original poster boxes while they're currently covered with a curtain. We understand that, the need to add some sort of entry feature. However, we are just recommending that entry feature, that those vertical fins either be placed with spacing in between so that from certain perspectives, you can actually see portions of these original elements. The remainder of the interior modifications, we have no concerns with. We had one recommendation with regard to the front entry doors. This, we were just recommending that the glass framing be as minimal as possible, since this was originally an outdoor lobby area and ticket booth. It had previously been enclosed, so we would recommend that the new entry doors be as minimal in terms of the framing as possible, while still complying with the Florida Building Code. The additions there's 3 additions, very modest additions. One is a very small rooftop addition on the eastern portion of the site. That is also the subject of the height variance that they are requesting. So the building is already very close to its maximum permitted height of 50 feet. In order to create a small storage area at the roof level with an a little over 8 foot floor to ceiling height, they are requiring a variance of 2 feet 4 inches. And again, this is, in staff's opinion, the minimum necessary to create some habitable area where they can use for storage for the new restaurant use. Therefore, we do believe the existing building creates a practical difficulty and have no objections to the variance or the rooftop addition. There is a small 2-story addition proposed, as well as a 1-story addition on the south side. Staff is supportive of these modest additions. Will have minimal impact on the historic building as well as the historic district. We did have one last condition with regard to mechanical equipment proposed for the south side. We are asking that to be set back a minimum of 20 feet. And I know the applicant has been in communication with staff, and they're going to present their plans today. And I think they're going to talk about some of the comments that staff had issued in our recommendation. So with that, I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, Debbie, for the introduction. This is Greg Fontella with Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Happy to be here before you all today on behalf of 550 Landlord LLC, the owner of the historic Paris Theater, which is located at 550 Washington Avenue. I'm joined by the applicant, Matthew Massa, our project architect, Jose Gomez, our historic consultant, Arthur Marcus, and my colleague, Mickey Marrero. And I would just like to ask the city if they can pull up the presentation slides so I can proceed with the presentation.
And Greg, while we do that, I'd just like to take a moment to swear in any members of your team who will be providing testimony.
Absolutely.
So are they all on the line?
It's Jose and myself should both be on the line.
Okay. So I need each of you to state, Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
Thank you. Can you please advance to slide 2? So the applicant is very excited to bring this new rejuvenated operation to this iconic structure that's shown before you. You see the Paris Theater aerial shots from different vantage points on the slide. With the recent reemergence of Washington Avenue as a targeted location for exciting new developments, the applicant intends to reintroduce the historic Paris Theater with an upscale restaurant and lounge use that will complement the burgeoning Washington Avenue corridor. The site is located on the west side of Washington Avenue. It's just south of 6th Street. It's in the CPS 2 district, and as Debbie noted, it's a contributing structure in the Ocean Beach Historic District. The existing structure was built in 1945, and today this building is surrounded by a variety of uses, including commercial to the north and east, and residential and hotel to the south and west. Next slide, please. The structure was designed by noted Miami Beach architect Henry Hohauser and opened as the Variety Theater in 1946. It originally served as a classic movie revival theater. This entertainment hall has actually been through various iterations through its existence. Its history is largely defined by how it has been able to be adaptively reused, from the classic movie revival theater to an adult movie house to a flea market to a nightclub and a photography and film studio. Most recently, it is operated as a nightclub with some flexible studio components. I'm excited to keep the legacy of this historic building alive and bring it to its next adaptive reiteration by reusing the structure as an upscale restaurant and entertainment venue. The applicant has put together a stellar team to create a unique decor and a first-rate menu that will provide an experience for patrons where they'll be immersed in a magical atmosphere that changes as the evening goes on. The driving force behind the details of this application is accommodating the existing site to serve as an upscale restaurant rather than the nightclub it used to be. That means the need to expand the kitchen area and find more storage space to allow for the operation of the restaurant. This structure has always been largely defined by the iconic marquee and minimal length of street frontage along Washington Avenue, providing a long, skinny entrance space, very appropriate as a smaller pre-space to enter the grandness of the main hall. You can see photos of the marquee on the right side of the slide, and on the bottom you see a small ground level floor plan showing the frontage on Washington Avenue and the narrow corridor entering into the main hall. These key components will continue to be preserved and highlighted as key elements of the identity of the proposed new use. In order to preserve this historic structure and accommodate it for the restaurant use, we're requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the minor modifications and additions to the existing structure, and also the height variance mentioned by Debbie, in order to allow for enclosure of an existing vacant space that's already shielded by the existing parapet, in order to create additional storage space for the restaurant. I'd like to introduce our architect, Jose Gomez, to speak on the design, restoration, and interior enhancements to the building.
Good afternoon, Jose Gomez, Behrens & Gomez Architects. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this is some of the images of the exterior. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the Paris Theater. There's 2 facades, as mentioned by Greg, on the east, Washington, and you can see the rear facade with the area where we're proposing to expand the kitchen. Next. This is the existing site plan. You can see it's a 10-foot setback right now that it happens on the south side of the property. And on the north side, you have an 8-foot space, and that's the other area that we're going to be using. Next. Here is the proposed expansion on the site. The south side, kitchen expansion. North side, small office space. Next. This is a floor plan showing you the complexity of the kitchen space. It's a kitchen that is appropriate for such restaurant. The central space is being adapted to a dining hall. The long, narrow corridor, we're proposing some improvement, which I'll show you in some of the 3Ds. Next. This is the second floor. On the second floor The expansion to the south is not noticeable because it's a one-story. And then in the we have some private dining on the second floor area on the south side of the stage. Next. This is the roof plan and the first mezzanine level. You can see additional table and mechanical spaces on the roof of the existing deck. Next. This is the second level mezzanine. Again, more dining spaces. All of the stairs are existing on the exterior. Some of the interior stairs are being reconfigured. Next. And this is the roof plan where all the additional equipment is going to be. Next. This is the west facade. We're proposing to restore the complete facade. And on the right-hand side, you're seeing the addition, the kitchen addition that's being proposed. This slide also shows you how we're moving the screening back. We had originally proposed it right on the front, on the very west parapet, but we have moved it back to the natural position where the roof actually, or the parapet actually breaks. So we're proposing to move it back to something that is natural to the building, but it still is not coming right up to the west facade of the building.
Jose, since you touched on this, do you mind if I just jump in here to explain one of our requested modified conditions?
Sure, go ahead.
So as Debbie had mentioned, we do have, out of the entire staff report, we're in support and on board with all of the proposed conditions, except for we want two minor modifications. One of them is condition C1D, which calls for the proposed mechanical screening at the roof of the original apartment building to be set back 20 feet. That we understand the intent of that request. The reason why we are seeking to modify it is because if it's set back 20 feet, it'll allow insufficient space to be able to access the mechanical equipment from all sides. So we're proposing alternative language to instead have the screening be set back to match the setback of this inverted corner. So that's just the minor design modification that is one of the requested modifications to condition. So go ahead, Jose. Thank you.
Next. So this is another image also showing you the location of the proposed screening. Next. This image here, we wanted to show you how we treated the expansion and we maintained the original character of the eyebrow. We basically done the expansion in a manner that it connects with glass so that you do see the historic building and the expansion is actually not touching the existing building other than the eyebrow, and the eyebrow is actually just being proposed to connect with glass. Next. So you can see here the gap between the existing building and the proposed one-story addition. And you can see also the screening on the top. Next, the mechanical screen. So here is a better image of, here you can see how the connection between the new and the existing has been studied in a way that we don't really touch the building with any major structural component. Next. This is the front of the building on the east. You can see on the bottom photographs the existing doors, and what we're proposing to do is put full height doors and eliminate the transom. Next. This is an image right as you enter. On the left-hand side, we're going to be protecting, restoring the poster boxes, and as you go in, you see this set of double doors. When the building is actually not being used, these doors will allow you to block the view of the restaurants. Next. So these are the brass metal fins that go through the corridor. The brass metal fins currently has been detailed in a manner very delicate with lighting on top and bottom, and they're going to undulate, so it's not just one straight shot from the entry to the main room. Next. As we get to the center of the space, this is the main waiting area. There's, you can see the historic details of the railings are all being preserved. And again, carrying through that detail of the metal fins. Next. This is an image from the mezzanine looking to the stage.
Jose, your 10 minutes are up.
Okay, just 1 minute.
Sure.
1 minute, please. Thank you. Next. And this is the palette of materials that we're going to be using. So it's all very rich to enhance the historic building. That's it for now.
Thank you, Jose. If I could just have 1 more minute to just explain the other requested modified conditions.
1 minute, sure.
Great. So thank you, Jose. As mentioned, staff has provided a favorable recommendation and we agree to the proposed conditions with the minor modification I mentioned previously with regards to the mechanical screening. The other modification is to C1B, which reads that the solid back portion of the curving walls within the corridor shall be eliminated. We propose to replace the word eliminated with the word transparent. So we have an option to still provide for solid backing to these curving walls, but have it be transparent so that it'll still allow for visibility to the poster boxes behind it. Aside from that modification, we respectfully request approval. We have our architect applicant here available to answer any questions. Thank you for your time, and we'd like to reserve time for rebuttal should it be needed.
Certainly, thank you so much. Debbie?
Did we do a board member disclosure on this before we open it to the public?
I have no disclosures.
Seeing none, we do have.
I'm sorry, I know some time ago I did receive a couple of emails on this application. It's been a while, but I have a note that I did receive some, and I can't remain impartial.
Okay, anyone else? If not, we do have Daniel Seraldo is waiting to speak.
And Daniel, you are still under oath from before. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, thank you. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. We support the staff recommendations for the application, but we do oppose the replacement doors at the Washington Avenue entrance. We feel that doors of a clear glass and a size that maintain the scale of the block is better. And I don't know if that was addressed already in the new, if this design was updated, but there's like a transom in the existing configuration. And if that's historical, then that should remain because the doors do impact the design of the facade. And we are concerned about the VIP entrance in the back and if that would impact the neighborhood. It's abutting Flamingo Park. And so we would encourage that back door be restricted to emergency only and alarmed. And also, I just wanted to thank the staff for mentioning the historical elements that remain in the theater. And it's very important that those are not obscured. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Debbie, next.
I do not see any other members of the public wishing to comment at this time, so we can close the public hearing if you desire to.
Sure. So moved. We will close the public hearing. Okay. Debbie, move on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's nice to hear from the board members. You could anybody can make a motion or ask any questions of staff that you may have.
Thank you. Does anybody on the board have anything to comment or say?
I do, but I think Nancy, you're muted.
Why don't you go ahead and tell you?
Okay. Here I am. Here I am.
Okay.
I'd just like to make a motion to support the project. I think the place is wonderful. I think the architect did a superb job. I have no other comments, but I'd like to move it.
Well, let's let Scott make his comment first.
The one thing that I wanted to ask the applicant about, I know you're, I got an email from you, I guess some time ago, talking about the project, the email you send out to all the board members. But sometime before that, I read somewhere on this, I don't know, I forget where, but that VIP entrance in the back, it was said that it was only going to be used for staff, workers there.
Yeah, Scott, excuse me, if I can comment on that.
Okay.
So the planning board approved the conditional use permit for the neighborhood impact establishment with indoor entertainment on June 29th. One of the conditions expressly states that the Euclid Avenue entrance should only be used as emergency egress. Access by staff and security personnel shall be permitted. So it would not be allowed to be an entrance or access point for patrons of the facility.
Okay, then I think on the plan, on our plans here, it's showing VIP entrance. So I think we need to make a note in the final order, or put a condition in the final order that it's going to follow the planning board recommendation that it's only going to be used as an emergency means of egress.
I think probably because this application has been pending for so long.
Yeah.
They submitted for planning board and historic preservation board. So I don't believe the plans have been modified since the application was approved by planning board. So, but they will have to comply with all the conditions of the planning board order.
Okay, I just want to be sure that's on the record here as well. Other than that, I mean, I'm good with the project. I know there were those two conditions that they differed a little bit with staff, and I'd just like to hear how staff feels about what they're proposing.
Thank you, Scott. Very quickly. So I took a look at the mechanical screening, the diagram that Greg had put up on the screen. I would be okay with a revised condition that allowed the screening to be set back a minimum of 2 feet from the southwest corner parapet wall of the existing building. So that's the second parapet wall. So that's already stepped back. And in order to allow for the circulation for maintenance around the equipment, if it was 2 feet back from that parapet wall, I would be comfortable. What they were proposing was pretty much flush against the parapet wall. And I'm not as supportive of that. If we could step it in 2 feet, I have no problem. With regard to the corridor, I don't really know what a transparent wall is. In my mind, it's probably a plexiglass, and I don't know how successful that will be. Because these poster boxes are one of the few remaining significant interior features, we felt very strongly that feature should be transparent. Whether or not they can achieve that with a plexiglass back or not successfully, I'm not 100% convinced at this point. But I will leave that up to the board.
Thank you. Are you, please, Scott?
Yeah, I'd like to hear what the rest of the board has to say.
Okay. Does any other board member have any comment?
I do. Yeah. Just wanted to touch on a couple of other things with regard to the doors on Washington. I believe that's already addressed in staff's order, even though we didn't touch on it. Correct? The doors.
So yes, and just to respond to Mr. Ciraldo, that was originally an open air reception or a ticket area. So the more glass, the more consistent it will be with the historic district. So we are not requiring that a transom be put in. The floor to ceiling glass with the minimum framing is, in our opinions, the most appropriate to recall the original open air space.
So that in terms of the screening, I share staff's concern. Particularly if we're talking about plexiglass. When I originally read the application, which I'm very supportive of, I'm concerned with those features being concealed at all. So to move from, sort of a transparent view to a plexiglass, to me is even worse. I'm wondering why. I would be asking why they just can't show. their original features, which people will appreciate. My last comment, which was not addressed anywhere, except in the historic resources report, this will come as no surprise to anyone that I mentioned this, the signage on Washington. So originally this was a variety theater, then it was subsequently changed to the Paris Theater, the title and the sign. The variety theater title on the sign originally took up the whole space within the sign. And then the Paris Theater originally had an Eiffel Tower icon at the bottom. And I'd like to see that made whole. The Paris wording does not fill the space. And I don't know if that's too much to ask given the scope of that, but it would be nice to see that sign be made whole if that was a possibility. Other than that, I'm very supportive. I think it's a nice project.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kirk. Anyone else on the board have comment? Okay, I agree with Kirk on the signage. I'm very, very much pro historic signage. So I agree with him on that. Would like to see if that could be made a suggestion to the owners. Debbie?
Well, you could make a suggestion to the owners, and Greg is here. He can respond on behalf of the owners. You could make it a condition of your approval today. I wasn't clear as to what the potential recommendation would be, if it was to bring back the Eiffel Tower or if it was to bring back the variety. So maybe the board could discuss that, or Kirk, maybe you could clarify.
My understanding, obviously, originally this was a variety theater. My understanding based on the application is that they're going to continue to refer to the venue as a Paris Theater, which if that's not the case, then obviously, the application is titled Paris Theater. I'm not sure if that's as a definition to the building or just to, to reference it. But in either case, I personally would be amenable to either. I just feel like we should have it would be nice for the building to have a whole sign, whether it's variety theater, Paris Theater. Also, from what I can see, I'm not sure if Mr. Marcus is on the line. Again, in his report, it stated the Paris Theater wording will use some of the letters that were originally in the variety sign. So if that's still the case, then there's historic significance in the evolution. Again, my ask was just to reintroduce the Eiffel Tower icon and at least to make it a whole representation of one of its historical incantations.
Thank you. Thank you, Kirk.
Mr. Chair,
anyone else
want to respond?
I'm sorry. Sure.
I know Kirk, Mr. Pascal had a couple questions. I'm happy to respond whenever you'd like.
That's fine. Please go ahead.
Great. So with regards to the signage, our intent, the concept's still being developed, but our intent is likely to have a new name for the venue. And with that new name, we will intend to have a subsequent HPB application specific for the signage for the change of form. So that's our intended approach with regards to signage, obviously keeping the marquee and keeping the historic character of it, but just reflecting what the actual name of the operation will be.
Well, let me ask you a question in return. Since everyone knows it as the Paris Theater, why would you be proposing to change it?
That's the personal preference of the vision and of the venue for the applicant. Interestingly, it was originally the Variety Theater, but it's just the branding and approach for what the venue intends to be, what the applicant envisions for the venue. So as I stated, we don't have full details on that, but we will be happy to bring that before you and discuss it when we do have that information, with all intent of utilizing the marquee signage in a way that's consistent with its historic character.
Okay, that's all we can ask. Thank you.
Well, wait a minute. I want to interject because I believe there's two different concepts here. There's a historical feature, which was Variety Theater as well as Paris Theater, because it was changed a long time ago to the Paris. For the actual business or project entity to put a sign up, the sign that says Paris Theater does not count towards their sign allowance, right? And I would be adverse to introducing a new name where the existing historical sign feature was in my mind, it should be in addition to, just like we've done all over the beach, where you maintain the historical signage, but you also introduce a new name feature. I'd like to discuss that a little further.
Who would like to comment on that on the board?
Debbie, can you clarify for them to introduce new signage to identify the business does not tap into the Paris Theater signage, does not tap into their allowance of space and right?
That is correct. So if we have documentation or if there's existing historical signage, it would not count toward their signage requirements. So if the name of the business was different than the historic name of the building, they would clearly be permitted to have additional signage up to the maximum permitted in terms of the size and number of signs in accordance with the code. The Paris Theater or Eiffel Tower or Variety, if they choose to put it back, or if the board required them to put it back, would not in any way count as signage. So we wouldn't penalize them in terms of any new sign area.
So with that in mind, I wanted to go back to the applicant and ask if they would be friendly toward maintaining the Paris Theater signage and reintroducing the Eiffel Tower icon on that sign.
As stated previously, there is intention to seek a subsequent application to update the signage for this very, very visible marquee structure to reflect what the operations will be in the structure. If you give me a moment, I'm happy to discuss further with the applicant, but that's our intended approach, and we don't have a concept further developed at this time where it's really the subject of review as far as my understanding.
Just so you know, I think Kirk's idea is a very good one, and I would support him 100% in that. Nancy?
I want to support you too. Having lived here for a long, long time, the Paris Theater is always the place to go. I never heard of the other, and I've been here since 1959. So I don't know how far back the theater goes, but everybody who lives here, even now, calls it the Paris Theater. That's what's going to happen. You change the name, they'll still be calling it the Paris Theater. So I support Kirk.
Thank you, Nancy. Anyone else on the board want to comment?
If I may?
Sure.
I just wanted to understand the westernmost portion of the original apartment building being restored is one of the conditions here.
Thank you.
You know, in the set of drawings, we see, there's a few different renderings of the back, and I'm not quite clear on the restoration here. I mean, we don't see it in the drawings. Instead, we see like 3 different iterations of it. So could someone clarify what's actually happening? Not at the screen, but down at the street level, at the alley.
This is Jose Gomez. What we're proposing to do is exactly restore to the exact facade. We have all the drawings that shows the west facade, and we're proposing to restore that facade. So it will be exactly as per the original Hohauser drawings. The only area that is being expanded is the very southern portion. So basically there's a gate between the building and the small addition to the south. But the facade is going to be restored. Windows will be installed, and the stucco will be refinished just as it used to be.
Thank you, Jose. To add on to that, if you have the staff report in front of you, page 11 of the staff report has the historic permit images that was included. So that gives a better idea of the guidance as to how that will be restored.
Right. And
And I guess to be more specific, at that southern end, where the apartment building was, is that part of it going to be restored? And then there's a new kind of garden wall beyond it, or new structure that goes all the way back to the alley? Because that apartment building is set back from the alley a little bit, right?
Yes, and it's still going to be maintained as well. If you look at the stair, it's actually going to be part of our uses now, the existing stair. Mm-hmm. And we're not proposing to change anything on that stair. So 99% of that entire facade is the existing and will be restored to appear as the original facade.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Any other board member have any comments?
Mr. Chair, if I could interject once again, I'm sorry, but I'm not sure that we've gotten clarification. There seems to be incongruency between staff's recommendation on the lobby, obstructing the poster frames versus we're assuming plexiglass, but I'm not sure if the applicant is clarified, and I think we need some consensus on how we're moving forward with that.
Sure, I'm happy to clarify. So we discussed it further with the applicant just to make sure we're all on the same page. And upon getting feedback from you all and from staff, we are accepting of the staff's original condition as it stands rather than seeking to modify it. So there won't be any backing to the proposed fins.
Thank you.
And also, Greg, are you okay with the setting back the screening for the mechanical equipment 2 feet from the parapet wall?
I believe it's not a problem. I would like Jose Gomez to confirm.
Not a problem. We can move it back 2 feet. I think we have enough room to work with our mechanical systems.
Thank you, Jose. Anyone else? Is there a motion to be made?
I moved it earlier. I move it again.
Okay. Can we add something about the signage, Kirk?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to add a friendly amendment to your motion, Nancy. If
Go ahead.
Ask that the Paris Theater signage be restored to include the Eiffel Tower icon, subject to staff approval in accordance with existing historical documentation.
No, I
to require, right, Kirk? To require?
Yes, as a condition. Unless folks feel that that's unreasonable. It seems like a token gesture.
Oh, no, I just wanted to be clear that it was to require, not to ask.
Yeah.
If I could just provide our position, the signage wasn't intended or structured as part of the scope of the application. We weren't intending or proposing to do any change to the signage as it stands today. As I indicated, if we were to do so, it would be a subsequent HPB application that would have to come before you all. So I ask that just for the sake of allowing on our end to figure out the best approach, if we can table that until that subsequent HPB application.
Yeah, I just want to interject because, again, I mean, we're not asking for the reintroduction of anything. We're just asking for a historical element to be made complete. And obviously, if there's a new application, it does not seem that having a complete feature, facing the public areas would provide any sort of bias or weakness in any future applications that should come. I'm not sure I understand, but I'm listening as to why that would...
Greg, just to point out, this would not preclude your client from coming back to the HPB for modifications to the signage or additional signage. But I think, it seems pretty clear right now that the majority of the board members are desiring to have a condition to restore the Paris sign inclusive of the Eiffel Tower icon. And that, again, Greg, does not preclude your client from coming forward to modify that at any point.
Understood, and thank you.
Can I just add, all of the historic buildings mainly, I guess, the big ones that they've changed the name, but they always gave a nice space for the original name. I would not like to see it done like that. I think the name is the name. But as precedent, if you up and down Collins Avenue, I can picture it. They changed the name. That was before the ordinance change that you had to keep the name. So now they put the real name and the other name separately.
Thank you, Nancy, for that insight. Do I have a motion?
Nancy made the motion. I'll second.
Okay. And that includes your Paris sign.
There's a friendly amendment, yes.
And the 2-foot setback from the southwest corner parapet for the mechanical equipment, correct?
Staff's recommendation for the lobby as well.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay, all those in favor?
Let me do a quick roll call, Mr. Finglass, if you don't mind. Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, now we would need a motion for the variance for the height, the 2-foot 4-inch height variance for their rooftop storage.
I'll move that.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a second. I'm going to do a roll call. Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay. That concludes that application, and we can move to the next application on the agenda is HPB file 20-0388. This is 1116 Ocean Drive. An application has been filed requesting an after the fact, certificate of appropriateness for the installation of a canopy structure at the ground level. This particular application was presented to the board on July 31st, and the board continued the application. There have been no changes made to the plans since the July 31st meeting. Staff is recommending approval, and we are recommending approval based on the analysis that we do not believe this has any adverse impact on the historic building, nor does it have any adverse impact on the historic district. It's not visible from Ocean Drive, and staff does not have any major objections to the request. I will turn it over to the applicant if they wish to give a very brief presentation.
And before we turn over to the applicant, I'd just like to ask any members of the applicant's team who will be providing testimony, whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Is the presenter on the line?
Yes, I am. Yes, I swear.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ken Harrison Robbins, and I represent 1116 Ocean Drive, the Casa Arena, also known as the Versace Mansion. Would you please go to the second slide, please? Next slide. What we're talking about today is a free-floating canopy adjacent to the south side of the open space next to the Casa Arena. It is not attached to any of the structures. There has been a point made that it's an after-fact permit. Originally, there was a proposal to attach a canopy, a much larger canopy, to the actual building. That was withdrawn, and then this was, the applicant went forward with it, not believing because it was not connected to the building and not penetrating the ground, it would not require a permit. Obviously, they were wrong, and now they have to pay, their penalty is they have to pay a 3 times fee for the application and permit. both before the building permit as well as the HPP permit. So it's a substantial cost for having not timely filed this application. Just quickly to go forward with this application, the architect is in standby to answer all your questions, but just to fly through this thing, because I know you have a very limited period of time. As you go to this page, the east elevation, you can see the actual structural element of the canopy. None of that is visible from either the east side, the south side, nor catty corner. And we're going to fly through the actual images. Next slide. As you can see from the east side, it's not visible. Next slide. This is the south side. You can see where the structure is. Let's go to the next slide. It's not visible from the south side. Let's go to the next slide. There's another east view. It shows the sight line. It's clearly not within the sight line. Next slide. Once again, from 11th Street, the sight line, the line of sight analysis, it's not visible. And you can see in the photograph, it's not visible. Next slide. Once again, catty corner, you can see it's not visible. Next slide. This is a demonstration of the canopy as it is now, without any tables underneath it, just showing how it can be opened up. The last time I was present was a few days ago. I was there with Daniel Serraldo and Representative MDPL. People were dining underneath it. It was a very sunny day. We tried to demonstrate that the canopy could open. We opened it about 5 feet. The sun started hitting everybody and people started motioning to close the canopy. Next slide. You can see where the actual canopy is placed with respect to the pool. You can also see on the left side the steel plate structure, which serves as the foundation of the actual columns. Next slide. This is an actual demonstration of the actual structural elements, the isometric of it. See, it's a very simple design. It can be disassembled at any time. It's a non-permanent structure. Next slide. I think that's it. Does anybody have any questions? Would you like to hear it from the architect? Wilfredo, would you just briefly say hello to the board and make yourself available to answer any questions as to...
Yes, hi, my name is Wilfredo Agurto. I'm here to answer any question you may have regarding this structure.
Yes, well, thank you, Wilfredo. Since do we have any comment or questions from the board?
Comments?
Rick?
Would the installation of this structure require any machinery for excavation? Is there will the building be impacted in any way during construction or installation?
No, not at all. Not at all. The path that you see in the plans, I don't know if it's available, is just 4 metal plates under the carpet, the artificial grass, and the columns are bolted to those plates. You can remove the columns, you can remove the plates either. So it's no construction required.
And will those plates, will this stick around during a hurricane?
No, they're very heavy, and the carpet is, there's no way the wind will take the pads. The columns can be removed and the beams. So the structure is not going to be there in the event of a hurricane.
Thank you. Nancy?
I said it the last time, and I have to say it again. I think that plan is hideous. It is not anything that you would imagine having been put there by the original owners of that building. And I'm amazed that the new owners, I don't know who they are now, but that they are allowing this to happen. To me, it looks like a big coat rack. That just looks like exactly when you go someplace and you have to hang your coat on that metal frame. It has no significance. It's so out of place. I suggested the last time that the owners go back and get a designer who can design something beautiful. If you see what they have done up in North Beach with a canopy to cover the outside where the dancing takes place, they have made a beautiful addition, and it doesn't stand out like an old coat rack. So I can't, the pictures are done to hide, I believe, to hide what the real thing looks like. Whoever did the photography did a good job to hide that coat rack from sight. Well, that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Nancy. Debbie, have we had public comment?
Yes, we need to open the public hearing, and we do have 3 speakers. Daniel Seraldo is the first speaker.
And before we open to the public, do any board members have any ex parte communications to disclose? Okay, I see none. So our first speaker, who's our first speaker, Debbie?
That's me.
Oh,
Daniel
okay.
Seraldo.
Daniel, you're still under oath. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of MDPL. MDPL previously opposed the installation based on the information we were provided. In particular, the after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness is disappointing, and I have communicated that to the management of the ownership, that it's not acceptable to do this without first getting approval. Members of our advocacy committee visited the site and met with the owners to better understand the project firsthand. And based on a site visit, we believe that the canopy structure is appropriate for a few reasons. One, it's meant to be relatively temporary. It's not visible from the street in a significant way. And it's an improvement over past proposals that were larger and that had significant attachments to the historic structure, which could have impacted its integrity. Just on that note, I wish that the applicant had showed the prior plans. There was one version that was like 2 stories high with arches and like cast stone, like a Roman palazzo. And, here we have a very utilitarian canopy. If you're at a villa in Italy or wherever, people do need shade and do need that coverage, and it doesn't always look, all dressed up. So, but we do think the applicant should work with the staff on a consistent treatment for the columns and a way to appropriately cover the electrical wiring that we saw that was somewhat exposed on the columns. We're realists. We understand the importance of the canopy for the sustainability of the property. We're so happy it is open to the public, and we wish them the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other public comment?
Yes, we have David McKinney.
Yes, and I'm
David, yes, you're still under oath. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. I am talking as a private architectural historian. I have to oppose this after the fact canopy. I think it changes the whole perspective and the proportions of this very public space, and really is detrimental to the whole design of the building. The other aspect that I am quite concerned with is that what you've seen is not of what is going on at the moment. The applicant is at the moment making the drastic changes to the design by encasing the vertical members into their wood. This makes, they're basically a pattern of behavior here that I think endangers the whole building. First, they withdraw the canopy application, they place the canopy in. Now they ask for it after the fact, and then they continue to adapt without alerting the city or the Historic Preservation Board. I have quite concerns that in terms of the encasing of the members in wood is a safety concern. But most importantly, it is they're a detriment to the architecture and the architectural heritage of the space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Debbie, any further public comment?
Yes, we have Solemn.
Yes. Hi, Debbie.
Hi.
Hi. Can you state, hi, I'd like to swear you in first. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Before I start, I'm with the applicant. I'm the manager of the Versailles of the VMSP LLC. And before I give my statement to the board, I would like to say that we are never mislead anyone. We never hide anything from anyone. And the pictures that and the drawing that was submitted, that's the true drawing of the canopy as it's present. So to my statement, I would like to say that prior to Nakash Group purchasing the Villa Casa Casarina, what's named the former Eustache mentioned, this property was a black hole in Ocean Drive. The high gates were closed 24/7 with presence of security guards standing in the front with no activity, no life, showing a sad face of the property for many years. After Nakash Group purchased we opened up the place. We open up the gate, we replace the security guards with the hostess and ambassadors, showing the beautiful property to 1,000 visitors coming in. This property became a tourist attraction, including tourist destination for people to enter the beautiful property with dining, entertaining, celebrating, enjoying the property, what is meant to be. The property is back to begin a life property, which with bringing happiness for a lot of people. What exactly what Versace legacy is. Management continued to maintain this property in the highest level. We hired in-house artists and a special maintenance team on payroll, not outside when we want them, on payroll, to keep the art and the property in the best shape, investing a lot of money to keep property the way left before.
2 minutes are up, sir.
Give me another 30 seconds, please, if possible.
50 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we don't need to apologize for making money to pay the bills. What is this property demand? This beautiful property cost more than $41 million, include plus legal fees and other costs. The canopy was installed in the poor area, temporary structural, no concrete involved. It's freestanding on a plate, same like as big umbrella. This kind of canopies and beyond for a permanent structural approved by this board and by the city almost every meeting, and the board should not treat this property otherwise. I hope I get the approval this time, and thank you for the time you let me talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Monet. Any other public comment, Debbie?
Yes, Wayne Roberts.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, Mr. Roberts. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
So I just, I was listening to David, and I agree that this is not a structure that should be declined because it's actually better for the community because it's only going to be used for a couple of years. It provides shading for the tourists that come to the establishment, and I find it kind of odd that you'll approve a flag lot in a historical space along the beach that rises, unlimited stories above all the other hotels, but yet you'll hassle this relatively small businessman about a stupid canopy, and it's a freestanding canopy. There's nothing wrong with it. If he placed an umbrella with tables with an umbrella, I don't see any differential. And please.
We've lost you, sir.
I think you went on mute, but it looks like you're back.
Me?
Yes.
I said my point, but thank you for your time.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Any other public comment, Debbie?
None.
Yeah, I close public comment. Board discussion.
Before that, Mr. Chair, I just want to ask the applicant if he'd like to use any of his rebuttal time.
Okay.
Sure. I'd love to just respond quickly. This is a temporary structure, and we expect that this will be about a 5-year lifetime. Then as things evolve, we will evolve the type of structure that's on the site to protect it. But I want to make the point clear that people that dine outside need coverage, and that coverage needs to be simple and unaffected of the overall environment. Right now it's working. Right now we have classical music, we have beautiful food, and beautiful people eating and enjoying that area. The people that really are voting for it are the people that actually participate in the process and have meals there. And every day we do have people dining there and enjoying the space. And when we try to open up and remove the canopy, people complain and need the shade. Unfortunately, the space will not work with small umbrellas. It won't work with 30 umbrellas underneath there. It would be uncomfortable. It would be inappropriate. We wouldn't be able to properly dine, and it would really cut the vision and view of the area. This is the best solution under the circumstances. We have a time when it's getting warmer and warmer. According to the Weather Bureau, the average temperature in Miami Beach is 3 degrees greater than it was at the 30 years ago. The temperature is getting warmer and warmer every day. We need to protect the people. We need to protect them from the sun. And we need to make it as comfortable as possible with the least impact in the area. I want to thank you very much for your time, and I'd ask that you approve the proposed canopy. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. Debbie, anyone else?
Here, Nancy.
No.
I don't see no more members of the public.
We're closing public comment. A board comment. Nancy, you already spoke. Can we give someone
I
else?
would like to add something.
Okay.
I don't want whoever that fellow who just spoke to think that I am against a canopy. I object to a canopy that doesn't give any recognition to the beautiful space that it's going in. There are many other ways to provide the shade with a canopy that has some artistic look to it, as they have done up at the North Beach Band Shell. You spoke about the fact that it's a lot of artistic people. Yes, it is. Very special people come to this restaurant. And to have something that is so insignificantly awful just to provide shade doesn't make sense. It's not just any old building. It's a real treasure, and it should be treated as such with an artistic type of cover.
Thank you, Nancy. Any other board member have a comment? Kirk.
Yeah, I'm torn here again. You know, we're discussing this. I keep hearing it being discussed as a non-permanent structure. But my understanding, the way I read the order, this is a permanent approval, is it not? Debbie, can you clarify? This is a permanent approval of this structure, correct? It's not temporary in any way as I'm reading it.
Correct. The certificate of appropriateness would be to allow them to have this canopy structure there. There's
Right.
no requirement that it has to be removed at any specific time, similar to the canopies that have been approved on the front elevations of the buildings on Ocean Drive by this board. There's no time limit on those.
Got it. So I'm not begrudging the after the fact permit. I'm not begrudging the applicant wanting to have a quick solution to accommodate the guests. I cannot disagree with Nancy that, you know, a post can be designed and for a permanent basis, you know, these posts are very utilitarian to me. In addition, as Rick mentioned, you know, there's discussion of hurricane and safety and you know, protecting the integrity of the building. I mean, I personally would be agreeable to approving this as a temporary measure and trying to seek out a nicer design. I mean, again, you see it any, you know, historic districts all over the country. If you're putting a post up, if we're putting a lamp post up, we want to make sure that it's either, you know, complements a district or placed in such a way where it doesn't detract. And frankly, I mean, you're looking at a space that, you know, every single detail of it was designed by, you know, Gianni Versace. There's like particular attention to every single detail. I think there's a beauty to the fact that what we have in front of us is low impact. That's great. That it's not, you know, having an obtrusive impact and drilling into the space, but as a long-term permanent solution, hard for me to get by the idea that, you know, maybe this could exist for a year or two so business can continue as it is, but I have a really hard time agreeing to the design of this as a permanent solution based on the context of the space around it. I'm struggling with that. That's it.
Thank you, Kirk. I'd like to make a comment. I have a real problem with this as well. I don't like the structure. I don't like the fact that it would become permanent, basically, no matter what anyone says. And I don't know that the owner has, frankly, researched or thought about using the other spaces in his own building. I had the privilege of dining in the Shell dining room when it was the only dining area open. I don't think they use it anymore. And if they could use it when it rains, that would alleviate a lot of reason for people to be outside. And I also don't like after the fact. People believe they can get away with almost anything by doing things after the fact. And that really rubs me the wrong way. So I'm not for this proposal as it stands now. I agree with Nancy 100% that something much more interesting could be done, and it should not be allowed to be a permanent feature. They should be able to be taken down. Anyone else have a comment? Scott?
Yeah, I'll just say, you know, when we talk about it not being permanent, it's, yeah, I mean, it's a permanent approval, but I guess, you know, I look at it as more, it's not attached to the building. It's something that could easily be removed and taken away. You know, I could see where the board's going with this, but I don't have a big issue with this. I mean, notwithstanding the fact that, you know, it is an after the fact approval. And I do agree with what's been said. It's basically just sort of utilitarian type of structure. And I'm sure if they thought about it, they could come up with a better concept for that little courtyard. I mean, I'm okay with it for the one reason, it's basically out of public's view. It's, you know, if this was something that people could see walking up and down Ocean Drive, I would not be in favor of it. But because it's hidden quite a bit, or actually all of it's hidden, I mean, you know, until you get into the courtyard there, you know, if they want to, I don't want to say take away from the architecture of their property, which I think is what they're doing, I'll let them. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I mean, if they were going to permanently attach this to the building or something like that, yeah, I wouldn't be in favor of it. But all things being the way they are, I'm just okay with letting them do what they want right now.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. Max, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, just building on the point that came up about the need isn't really temporary. Like the extreme heat or temperatures that we're seeing, that's not going to be a temporary, like solving that with a temporary solution doesn't really seem to be the answer here. And as we heard last time this came in front of us, that tree canopy isn't an option for this area. It's just not compatible with the design or, the layout or the landscape. So I'm more comfortable thinking about this as a temporary measure on a way to something that would be more permanent to address the need for people to be outside comfortably, and just making sure that that design is compatible with the prestige of the location, I guess you could say.
Thank you. Let's see, Rick.
Yeah, I think that the fact that we're in a pandemic also is a consideration. I mean, the kind of need for more covered outdoor seating, I think, is a real one. So it would be, I think, a bummer for us to tell anybody to take down their canopy at this time. So I wonder if there would be some form of approval with a kind of timestamp on it or a time limit. Max even suggested, this is perhaps a step towards something more permanent. Can we give them time to come back with something, an alternate proposal within the next year or two? I don't know, and allow them to keep this up for now?
I would be comfortable treating this similar to how we've done with artistic graphics and that type of thing, where we would put a time limit on, say for 2 years, I think would be reasonable. And that any extension of that 2-year period shall require going back to the board for the extension. That's how we've done this for other temporary art, sculpture, things like that the board has allowed on a temporary basis. And we've had, applicants come back and ask for that time period to be extended, which I think would be the right thing to do here as well.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. Do we have a motion?
Can I speak?
I'll move it based on Rick's recommendation that and Debbie's recommendation that we approve it for a 2-year period as a temporary structure. Subsequently, it'll come back to the board. Any other wording that's required here, Debbie?
I would just include that any extension beyond the 2 years shall require board approval.
Okay, I have a question, Debbie. As they have shown disregard for rules and regulations up to this point, are you or the city going to assure us that you will keep on top of this and they will be looked at in 2 years?
Yes, that is an enforcement issue, and we will, do our best, Jack. It is an enforcement issue. A violation would need to be issued if they exceed the 2 years and do not submit an application for the Historic Preservation Board. And then there is a process for their violation. But, and at that point, it would be, at that point, if they don't submit an application to extend past the 2 years, that would be another after the fact request for the extension. So I don't think that the applicant wants to be in that position.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'm making the motion.
A comment before the motion.
Okay, Nancy, quickly, please.
You're talking about an art piece that you give 2 years for, and maybe they extend it or what. This is no art piece that they're putting there. I'm telling you, it's a coat rack. So I don't understand why we're making that exception. Let them go another month and come back here and show us their attempt to put something that is worthy of this building.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. May I have a motion, please? We need to move on.
I'm in the process of trying to make a motion. I had one other question for Debbie. I'd like within this motion, based on what Max and Rick had stated, for the intent, to be reflected, that maybe in words like that the board encourages during that 2-year period to try to come up with a more suitable permanent design for this structure? Is that something that could be reflected at least as a statement, encourage? I mean,
they'll never do it.
No.
They'll never do it.
Can we have a motion, please? We need to move on.
I have the motion. The motion's on the table for temporary approval for 2 years.
Okay,
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call vote, please, Debbie. Debbie?
Sorry, I was on mute. Mr. Litt,
Yes.
Mr. Needleman,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Ms. Liebman,
No, no, no.
Mr. Pascal,
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
No.
Okay, motion passes.
It passes?
We need 4 votes. There was no demolition or variances, so that passes. Mr. Chair, we have a hard stop at 3 p.m. It is 2:47 at this point. I'm looking at the agenda and I do not see any applications that I believe we can get through in 13 minutes.
We got it. We got it.
That's Mr. Robbins, if you could mute yourself, please. We could try to get through 700 Lincoln Road.
I don't believe we approved the minutes either, if that's important.
Oh, that is correct. We have a motion for the, it would be the the August 11th minutes. Do I have a motion?
Oh, I'll move that.
Okay, second.
I'll second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So that, Mr. Chair, would you like me to try to, I don't think, well, the next 2 applications are for the Fontainebleau Hotel and they're rather complex with a bunch of variances. We do have the one after that, 700 Lincoln, which is a relatively simple request, but I still don't think we'll be able to get through it in 12 minutes. It's up to you if you want to try.
What happens if we don't finish it in 12 minutes? Can we try?
We will get cut off. It will be continued.
Let's try to move on.
Okay, so I'm going to move to HPB 20-0417. This is 700 Lincoln Road. The applicant is requesting a certificate of appropriateness for modifications to the east and south facades, including partial demolition in order to introduce new window openings. So this is a 1937 L. Murray Dixon contributing building, Lincoln Road and Euclid Avenue. The modifications proposed to the Lincoln Lane are a later addition. Staff has no objection to those. We believe that will actually be an improvement over to the existing conditions. They are also requesting some modification to the original doorway openings along Euclid Avenue to be replaced with storefront windows. Staff has met with the applicant on multiple occasions. The applicant has agreed to do a significant amount of restorative work to the building, including L. Murray Dixon's original office building, which has been altered over time. They're proposing to fully restore that, and they have agreed to restore the entire facade of the building, which has been covered with layers and layers of paint and stucco. So we are supporting of the application, subject to the conditions in our order. And I will turn that over to the applicant.
Thank you, Deb.
Okay, and before we hear from the applicant, I would just like to swear in any members of the applicant's team who will be providing testimony. So please state whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
Okay, thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and start with the presentation, the digital presentation, that way we can kind of move through it quickly. Good afternoon, board. Monica Enton with MHE Law PA, offices at 633 South Andrews Avenue, representing today the owner of the 700 Lincoln Road office building. Unfortunately, my architect had to step away, so I will try to walk you through this application as consistently and quickly as I can. So this building is actually very interesting and it has been a pleasure to work on. It is located at 700 Lincoln Road. Most people recognize it as the Next Cafe building. But one of the very interesting things about it is not only is it an L. Murray Dixon building, but the southeast corner of the building, which was originally L. Murray Dixon's office. So if we can go ahead and go to the next page, please. You can actually see here L. Murray Dixon's office, both the exterior facade on the top and on the right, what the offices look like inside. Next, please. And now here we have the current conditions. Another really interesting fact about this project is that since 1937, when this project was constructed, it has been owned by the same family. So the owner today is the son of the people who actually had this building constructed, knows this building inside and out, has worked diligently for a number of years to obviously maintain it as best possible. One of the things that we see here on the top right photograph is the L. Murray Dixon office. Over the years, one of the tenants actually made some changes to the exterior of this property without the landlord's knowledge. Part of this application is to restore the L. Murray Dixon facade on Euclid and return it to the original condition. Next slide, please. Here you can see the configuration. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And we can actually go to the next one also. Okay, so here's what the proposal that we're here before you is. Currently, the building has 5 door openings, as you can see on the top panel. On the bottom, you can see what we are proposing. We're proposing to remove the 4 doors just north of Murray Dixon's office and actually replicate the existing window facades. The reason for this is twofold. In the past, there have been issues with flooding in the area. It has improved over the years, but we believe that this will be another way of maintaining this building for another 90 years as it has remained now. The knee wall will help with that condition. It also goes back and returns the L. Murray Dixon space into its original configuration with the planters and restores that. As Debbie indicated, this order is kind of strict. It not only would seek to approve what we're asking for, but it actually wants us to go ahead and restore the cladding, the original cladding on this building, as well as have some continuity in the framing of these windows. We think that both of these things are great to restore this building and maintain it again for another 90 years. Next slide, please. Here you can just see the elevation along Lincoln Road. Lincoln Road, we're not really proposing to do any changes other than, again, restore and continuity so that all of the glass, all of the panes, all of the cladding is consistent with the Euclid Avenue. Next slide, please. And here you see the Lincoln Lane South. One of the things that you have asked of other applicants throughout the last few years is to activate Lincoln Lane South. One of the ways that we've activated this area in the past has been through the incorporation of windows and doorways. And I think that Jose has done a really elegant way of putting those windows and can be consistent with the architecture. Next slide, please. Next slide. And I guess we've reached the end of our slideshow. So with that,
thank you, Monica, very much. Is there any public comment?
Daniel Seraldo.
Yes, hi, thank you. I've been sworn in, Nick, right? Okay. Is anyone there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. So this is one of the great Art Deco buildings of the city. It's an amazing building, and actually now that it's vacant, I would even recommend people who haven't been there in a while to visit it again. That you see the geometry of this amazing design more clearly now than ever before. As far as this proposal, the overall proposal, we love the activation, we love the renovation, but we have one major objection, which is the removal of 4 of the storefronts on the side on Euclid. And, when we met with the applicant, when we had a presentation, it was shared that Amazon, the new tenant, didn't even necessarily request to remove the 4 doors, but the owner was proposing it. So we went and looked at the doors, and it actually appears that there's still the historical grill work. It looks like it's even original. If you go on Google Street View, you could kind of zoom in and see. And that was an important part of the design, that these are smaller shops in the back and then the big shop in the corner. And we think that should remain. And we hope the board will consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other public comment?
May I respond to Daniel's comments, Mr. Chair?
Quickly.
No other public comment.
Okay.
So we can close the public hearing.
Please.
So I'd just like to take a moment to indicate that those are not the historic grills. There's actually been changes over the years. That is part of this application, would be to restore everything so that there is continuity amongst all of them and that they are all the same. One of the things that being the owner of this property for 90 years reflects is knowing how to maintain a building so that it lasts this long and to protect it so that it continues to last longer. I understand what Daniel is saying about the smaller bays and having smaller activation along Euclid, but it has been this landlord, this owner's position that he hasn't been able to really lease those other spaces. They really are a loss to not only the architecture, but to the building itself and the area. We believe that highlighting the Elmery Dixon building office in the southernmost facade will really bolster the architecture. It will still, the proposed storefronts are consistent with the remainder of the architecture. And the original reason was to have smaller retail spaces, but that never really took. And so at this point, we believe that it is in the best interest to continue to maintain this building, is to have the storefronts, add this knee wall that will protect from water protrusion and that will reflect continuity in the building, and highlight again Elmery Dixon's office. With that, I open myself up to any question that the board may have, and I seek your approval.
Thank you, Monica. Does the board have any comments? Please, quickly, please. We only have 4 minutes. Anybody? Quickly.
Want a motion? I'll make a motion to approve.
Has a comment, Nancy?
Yeah, just a really quick point of clarification. Thanks. I saw with the resilience criteria, the passive cooling was marked as not satisfied. Just wanted to confirm in the order was the in 1C, C, the details of the storefront systems, was that referring to the passive cooling?
So the passive cooling deals with operable windows. Most retail buildings are not going to have that. But what we could do is put a condition in with regard to the roof color and the roof, so that we could have some sort of passive cooling if there was a white roof instead of the bituminous tar roofing. So I think the applicant would agree to a white roof, Max, in order to satisfy that. That could be a solution there. Given the scope of work is so limited, I think. And they will likely have a minimum tint to the glass. In terms of a staff's recommendation, we don't want a dark tint because that would be so antithetical to the original historic design. So the dark tint would be probably more aggressive in terms of passive cooling, but they will still have a requirement to have a minimum energy efficiency tint. So that would go toward their passive cooling as well.
Thank you. Any other board comments? Quickly.
Yeah, so I just want to touch on, to Daniel's comment, obviously I'm reluctant to remove existing historical details when there's not a good reason. I didn't really get a clear sense from staff's report about the resilience component, and I want staff to maybe respond to that, because to me it seems unnecessary to remove those historical features. And I think
we need to cease the meeting right now. So unfortunately, Mr. Pascal, I do not have time to answer your questions. I would need a motion to continue the balance of the agenda, including this item, to the October 13th meeting.
I'll move it.
Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Lopez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we will see you October 13th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you all.